What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Good morning. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It is Sunday, December 28th, 2025, and we are here at Polderbaan in use for departures, together with the Polderbaan, runway 09. Polderbaan in use as 36 left. And yeah, last stream of the year for me. Hope you guys are doing well. Happy Sunday. As you can see, it is cloudy, but it's dry. The clouds aren't very thick, as you can see. The cloud base isn't very low. This is what things look like. Significantly warmer than it was a couple of days ago. It's not foggy. Yesterday there was an area of dense fog that suddenly drifted into Schiphol in the morning. That's not going to happen today, at least not very likely. Hardly any wind, so I've placed the microphone in the dead cat on the camera again. I'm following the ambient sounds with the camera, so that should make for even better roars of the airplanes taking off here. First airplane making its way over to the threshold is KLM Flight 741 to Bogota. I'm wondering if that is a predator bird over there. It is. Have a look at this. What a way to start the show. Look at him sitting there. Gorgeous. Is that a falcon or what? What a beautiful specimen. In the meantime, a very good morning to everybody who's joined. Marja, goedenavond. Marissa and Wolfgang, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody else who already joined. Jörg, good to see you again. Mr. Mika, Ramon, Marco celebrating 24 months of membership. And he writes, good morning, everybody. Everybody, a nice Sunday. Have a nice Sunday. He wrote that in Dutch. Marco, thank you so much for your ongoing support, my friend. I hope that everything in the lounge has been to your liking those past 2 years. Congratulations on turning blue. Thank you for the ongoing support. If anything in the lounge is amiss, let me know and let me see what I can do to make things better. Marco, gefeliciteerd en thank you so much. Dank je wel, kerel. Since there is hardly any wind, I have lowered the ambient microphone just a little. If things are too low, let me know. If they need to be a bit lower still, let me know. If you hear clipping, let me know. The center runway is being used for arrivals right now. Delta Airlines Flight 47 and 57 are coming this way. Back to back. Peter, goedemorgen. Buzzard. Ah, oké. Martin, goedemorgen. Good morning. Kenna Chef Chris, good morning. Welcome back, mate. Good morning, Jay. Good to see you again, my friend. We love you too, buddy. Freddy, goedemorgen. Tuning in from Rotterdam, The Hague Airport. What's the weather like over there? I assume similar to what it is over here. Klaus, goedemorgen. Welcome back. Fritz, guten Morgen und herzlich willkommen. Schönen Sonntag jeden. Jamuis, goedemorgen. Eddie, goedemorgen. Edward, goedemorgen. Handa, goedemorgen. David Wolf, goedemorgen. John Dutch Canadian, welcome back. Goedemorgen. Good to see you, mate. Well, hope everybody celebrated Christmas Day and Boxing Day with nice weather, nice food, nice family and friends. Last days of the year. Then it is on to 2026. Like I said, for me today it's going to be the last stream of the year. I don't expect I'll be out before the new year. Not sure yet about New Year's Day. That depends on how busy things will get with fireworks, because I am on cat relaxing duty, trying to keep my cat as calm as possible. Not sure how that will be, since it will be the first time since he turned blind that he is only able to hear what's going on and not able to see anything. It's usually not too bad. Then again, it is the last year officially in the Netherlands that you are allowed to set off fireworks as a consumer yourself. So might be that this year it will get more loud than on during previous years. We'll see. Well, if it turns out to be very late before going to bed, probably won't be going out on New Year's Day stream, which means I'll probably be away for 2 weeks after today. This is Delta Airlines Flight 47. Next will be Delta Airlines Flight 57. This will be going to New York JFK. Good morning. Lee, good morning. ZML, good morning. Tuning in from Turkey, welcome. Armin, good morning. Vessel, good morning. Hey Bram, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. One Delta gone. The next one ready to go. This is Delta Airlines Flight 57 to Salt Lake City in Utah. Another A330. November 807 November Whiskey. 21 years old, first flight March 2004. Harriet, goedemorgen. Richard, goedemorgen. Good morning, Whiskey. Graham, good morning. Welcome back, everybody. Happy Sunday. How's the ambient microphone setting thus far? Is it loud enough, or is it a bit too loud? I've turned it a little bit lower than I would have had it on the blimp, simply because I'm now following the airplane with the microphone. Since it is attached to the camera, means we'll pick up sounds earlier and longer. Should make for a better auditory experience for you guys. Is that another predator bird? No, that's just Russell. Or is it? No. That's Fidel Kestrel. And here you see just how effective those pointy things are in keeping the birds away. They're not. Clipping a bit, Wolfgang says. Okay, thanks for the feedback, mate. I've lowered the knob, the microphone. Oh, what did I do? Oh, it was still set at autofocus, which I have it on when I'm filming things nearby. I've lowered the ambient mic just a tad, millimeter or so. Let me hear how this is. And thank you, Marco Pluggenborg, for your super chat for a hot chocolate milk on this blue day. Thanks, boy and team. always enjoying, he writes in Dutch. Well, thank you for the kind words, Marco. Thank you for the super chat. You didn't have the super chat to get your message across, but thank you for doing it. Hot cocoa. Come to think of it, I don't think I have had hot cocoa yet this season. I have made some for Lisa a couple of weeks ago, but I didn't take any myself back then. It is a good moment in time to be having hot cocoa. I will do that. Thank you, Marco, for the idea as well. Yeah, it's the A330s that are always the benchmark, aren't they? Those get loudest. Those usually, if there are airplanes whose audio is clipping, it is A330s taking off. Or any airplane when filming arrivals that uses full reversers. We'll see, we'll have to wait for the next departures. In the meantime, you can see arrivals on the center runway. 09 is now also open as secondary runway for everything taking off to the east. Interestingly, because visualization, as you can see, visibility over here is not that bad. I'd say it's absolutely normal. Then again, the ceiling is below 2,000 feet if I recall correctly, so that that falls within the definition of what the Schiphol calls marginal visibility, even though I wouldn't call this marginal visibility. Means that if there is a big airplane that is landing on center and is using their reversers to the fullest, we should be able to pick it up over here, even though the wind is blowing it a little away. Hey! And there's our thumbnail subject, the A350-1000 Cathay Pacific. Hey, that's a combination I haven't tried yet, but that does sound interesting. Two liquids that I like. J. says hot cocoa mixed with black coffee. What's the ratio of the mix then? How much coffee would you add to the hot cocoa? Because I can see how those would complement one another. You can also sometimes taste hints of cocoa, or yeah, cocoa when you have good coffee, certain types of coffee. So, Erik, goedemorgen. Bert, goedemorgen. Bert says the sound is good. Don't turn it down anymore. Well, I'll be very careful. I want to keep it as loud as possible without the sounds overpowering everything, and I certainly don't want you guys to be hearing any clipping, if we can avoid that. We have a new member in the Aurora Sky Lounge, and that member is called Vimu Lianage. Vimu Lianage, 1919H. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, Vimu. I'm going to call you Vimu, that's easier. Thank you for the vote of confidence, and welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. You now have access to the 34 custom emojis. Make sure to have fun with them. They're there to be had fun with, so make sure that you do. If you need to know where stuff is, ask around. Many have gone before you, and will happily show you the way. Is this Fidel? Is this Fidel Kestrel, or... Gilberto, good morning. Welcome back, mate. Hans Worst, goedemorgen. Peter Schneider, guten Morgen und herzlich willkommen. 50-50 mix. Okay, I'll give that a try. Do you use regular filter drip coffee, or do you have something like espresso or something? Make a cocoa and put 1 espresso in, Wolfgang says. Well, I might try that. That is a great idea, actually. What I have tried before, if you're really a sweet tooth, is if you have hot cocoa, put in a teaspoon of honey, and then also have a bit of whipped cream on top. And maybe even a little bit of sprinkle of cocoa powder on top of the But that's just for the decoration. It is mightily sweet though. Not sure if it is still to my taste today, but when I was younger, I always used to make it like that. Mike, goedemorgen. Mapex, goedemorgen, good morning. Pufferfish, goedemorgen, good morning. Ed Brokke, goedemorgen, good morning. Marijke, goedemorgen. You can use instant coffee also. Well, I cannot recall ever having had that in my house, Monzi. I have an espresso machine. I have coffee beans with a roasting date on the bag. I have filter coffee as well. Instant coffee, I don't think I have. Well, maybe we did have it on one occasion if me and Lisa went and in the hotel room they had those bags and maybe we had one left over. Wolfgang says you might also try cocoa with rum at Saalbach. That's also a combination that I know you can make but never had before. I have had espresso tonic, which in the summer, if you have the right tonic, is absolutely lovely and nice and refreshing. The two different types of acidity complement one another really well. Ambulance with the lights on, but not the siren. I happened to spot it. I wasn't hearing it. If it had its siren on, you would have heard it by now. Hey, I spy with my little eye activity at the fire station. Seems that the firefighters are getting out and are going on patrol in a moment. Hey Kishore, guten Morgen. Max Chisek, goedemorgen, good morning. Bottle back, Mr. Blue Sky, good morning. Sarah, good morning. It's 4:01 a.m. What are you doing up so early? I don't get me wrong, I always enjoy your company in the chat, Sarah, but are you up late? Are you up early? It does make me wonder. Now I think it has the sirens on. Yeah. Now it does have the sirens on. Which you should now also be able to pick up on the microphone since it is following with the camera. Single digit wind speeds means no wind rumble on the mic with the dead cat on, so that's something I'll look into more closely from now on. Whenever we have single digit wind speeds, I'll bring out the dead cat and leave the big blimp at home, because I do like the directionality of having the microphone attached to the camera following what I'm filming. Should make for a better auditory experience for you guys. Hey Daan, goedemorgen. Arrivals at 36 Center. Well, we've seen it before. It has happened before. Wind is blowing from the northeast still, and with the ceiling not being very high, they are using more spatial separation. So instead of parallel departures and landing, for instance, on Aalsmeerbound 36 right, they are now using 09 for departures and center for arrivals. We have seen this before, but it isn't the standard runway use, absolutely not. I think later in the morning, if the ceiling rises further and there are no more marginal visibility conditions present, as Schiphol would define them, then you'll see parallel departures. So I think from 11 until 11:40, the center runway is going to open up for departures as well, like normal. Hey Daniel, goedemorgen. Want to spice up your coffee? Try coffee with cold brew whiskey. Cold brew whiskey. How does that differ from quote unquote regular whiskey? I don't think I've heard the term cold brew whiskey before. Rolling and patrolling. All right. We're easing into the Sunday morning rush hour for outbound traffic. E2 Embraer 195 to Hamburg up first. KLM flight 1753. Hey there, Sander. Good to see you, mate. This morning when driving to work, they landed on Karbaan. There you go. So I think this is only a temporary configuration. I think the next runway change will go back to standard runway use for when the wind is blowing from the north. What's the current status quo, you might be wondering? Well, let me show you. This is looking to the north. And this is looking to the west. Not completely alone. There are people on the cycling path. Pedestrians and a cyclist with a reflective vest on. Bag? Not sure what that is. That wasn't a dog having a poo, was it? This is looking to the east. This is looking to the south. You can hear KLM flight 601 to LAX spooling up. 78710 Dreamliner. Here we go. This is the Papa Hotel Bravo Kilo Papa. Brand new airplane, less than a year old, first flight made this year. Go for brake dust, gear retracting. And away it goes. I was thinking what you wrote in the chat, Hans Worst. It looks like somebody dropped a body over there. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? What on earth is that? Hey Grotje, goedemorgen. Oh, beep 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 beep. The firefighters are already announcing their arrival. Ooh, the balaclava has arrived. Nice. Well, I'm happy to hear that you have rested, Sarah. Now I do wonder, will you be going back to bed after the stream is done, or after you're done watching the stream, or will you start your day from now on? If you have awoken at 4 a.m., does that mean that this is the start of your day, or is this just an intermezzo between two bouts of sleep? Now, in the meantime, Sander Shinobi has super chatted half of the amount I have paid him for the balaclava back to me to announce that the balaclava he ordered for me has arrived and is with him in the car. Send me a tikkie and I will tikkie the 250 back to you, mate. Come on, this is crazy. Anyway, KLM flight 661 to Houston in Texas is rolling. 7879 Dreamliner, the Papa Hotel, Bravo Hotel Papa, 7 years old, first flight August 2018. Watch the flags forming. It's always nice to see on Dreamliners how those wings are so dynamic in the whole process of takeoff. Also on landing, of course. You can definitely see the wingtips lower significantly if the spoilers are raised. We're not alone, bird control is also over here. K3 on duty. Indoder, goedemorgen. Piotrek, good morning. Mitch, good morning. Oh, welcome to the show, everybody else who has joined in the meantime. Ah, some French fries next time. That's also a good trade. Sounds good, Sander. We'll do that. Haagse girl, good morning to you too. Hey, nice. Maynard's dad was the captain on KLM Flight 601, the one that we saw taking off to LAX earlier. Right now, there's an EasyJet going to Liverpool, making its way over to the threshold. That's an A320. More airplanes are underway, including 2 KLM 737s. Shamrock Flight 603 to Dublin. More EasyJet, more KLM. KLM Dreamliner to Curacao, KLM Dreamliner to San Francisco. 2 787-10s are underway here. Before that, EasyJet Flight 23442 to Liverpool. A320. This is not Jesus, but Jazoo. Golf Echo Zulu, Oscar uniform. 10 years old, first flight August 2015. You'll probably hear that whistle quite regularly. I am standing here. I suspect most of you will know by now what that sound is, where it's coming from. Dodo went and asked, and he found the answer. It's coming from that white box over there, where there is equipment that measures the height of the clouds and the altitude of the cloud base. Is what you're hearing on occasion. It's coming from over there. Lovely morning light here at Schiphol Airport. And yes, Wolfgang, visibility is good enough to see departures from runway 09. Absolutely. Hey Infinity, goedemorgen. Good to see you again, mate. Shamrock Flight 603 to Dublin is now rolling. Another A320. And in the background, KLM Flight 1175 to Stavanger. One of the 2 consecutive 737-800s from KLM. The other will go to Copenhagen in Denmark. I trust that the audio, the ambient audio is good. If it isn't, you guys should let me know so that I can make some changes. Crew in the vicinity over here. Here we have Russell. And Russell and his mate is over there on the lantern. Alright. Focus, damn you. It's a nice effect. The concentric rings will tell you that the lenses are well aligned. Good collimation, as they call that in astronomy and astrophotography. It is an indication that my camera is lousy at finding focus again when it is on autofocus. It is exactly for this reason that when filming the airplanes I am always set to, or at least I strive to always be in manual focus mode. Audio good, thanks for the feedback Wolfgang. Tina, goedemorgen. Wombat Parade, goedemorgen. Next up, KLM flight 1269 to Copenhagen. That's the 737-800. And 4 more airplanes are coming this way. 1 EasyJet, 1 KLM A321neo and 2 787-10 Dreamliners from KLM. Jordy Nicholas asks if I already received my new tripod. The answer is no. Unfortunately, still waiting for it. Back and forthing on the pan axis is because I'm trying to control the lateral movement with having less than optimal drag. Means that my following is very susceptible to small movements. Center runway is being used for arrivals. Dreamliner over there. 09 is in use for departures, which we can see over there. So no, it should be arriving pretty soon though, one of these days. I should have more than enough drag on that tripod. Rated for loads up to 12 kilograms and my camera weighs less than 1 kilo. Now the thing is that it is also equipped with 7 levels of drag. Means there's more headroom if drag does start to get less, which eventually it will. It should take longer though, because the drag mechanisms are built more robustly. On my current tripod they are made of plastic, and grease can seep out more easily than from the metallic construction that will be on my next tripod. Wolfgang says that the surname will be Western 772 again. Eastern you mean, right? Was Eastern. Nielsel, good morning, good to see you again. Dan wonders, what is your favorite runway? Well, that depends. That depends. For arrivals, Kaapbaan in the morning is unbeatable. But with crosswindy conditions, Polderbaan is unbeatable. Whenever there is a runway closed for maintenance, the runways around the McDonald's are unbeatable because you'll have much more traffic, plus you'll have the ambiance of an international airport, which you don't have over here. Here you're just in the middle of nowhere with airplanes taking off or landing back to back. So the answer is nuanced, as it almost always is. And since we've crossed through 200 likes, thank you all so much for that. Glad to hear you guys are enjoying the show. If you are enjoying and you haven't done so already, consider adding to the likes. On paper, it helps to bring in a wider audience. This is an A321neo. A321neo on its way to Copenhagen, if I am not mistaken. Helsinki. KLM flight 1251 to Helsinki. That's what I was saying. Helsinki, right? Bloody Helsinki. Alright. Two 787-10 Dreamliners are up next. One is lined up, the other is holding short. Lined up is KLM flight 735. We'll be going to Willemstad, Curaçao. And the one on the left holding short is KLM flight 605, which will be leaving for San Francisco. Sander has to go again. Thanks for stopping by, mate. Happy New Year. En werks nog. See you again soon. Mr. F also back in the chat. Good to see you again. Chanticor Drummer, goedemorgen. Tuning in from sunny Almelo. Is it much more sunny than it is over here? Hey, and welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Ronnie722, our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. Thanks for your vote of confidence. You now have access to our 34 custom emojis. Make sure to have fun with them. If you need to know where stuff is, ask around. Many have gone before you and will happily show you the way. Welcome, Ronnie. Welcome, Ronnie. Next up will be KLM flight 705. No, 605. 705 is to Rio de Janeiro, I think. 605 to San Francisco. 787-10, the Papa Hotel, Bravo Kilo Hotel, 5-year-old airplane. First flight, May 2020. Hey, and look who is back in the chat. It is Captain Jerry. Good to see you, mate. Hope you've had a good time in your absence. We were wondering where you were, mate. And he comes in with a bang, gifting 10 memberships. You really didn't have to do that, Jerry. But thank you so much, though. I'm relieved to see you're still there. Was starting to get a little worried, mate. Hope all is still good on your end. Thank you so much for the incredible generosity, Jerome. You didn't have to use us, you didn't have to gift memberships, but you did it anyway. I hope that everybody who just received a membership will thank you for it and will enjoy the custom emojis that they'll now have at their disposal for a month. Welcome back, Jerome. Oh boy, you missed some beautiful glide slope shots in streams earlier in the week. Hope you saw them on replay. Just happy to see a sign of life of you, Jerome. And Captain Jerry, aka Jerome, he's also our longest member. Member number 1. Rick Meester is number 2. And Captain Jerry is our longest standing member, 32 months and counting. He'll be the first to get a new badge in 4 months from now. Jerome, thank you so much for the ongoing support. It's always a blast to have you in our chat. And I hope that's not going to change for any time to come. Thank you so much for the ongoing support. If anything in the lounge is amiss, let me know. Let me see what I can do to make things better. You know how to reach me. But I am relieved to see you back in the chat again, Jerome. I was starting to get a little worried, what with all your health problems lately. It's good to see you're back. Happy holidays to you too. I hope you enjoyed Christmas. And a warm welcome to the show. Everybody who has joined in the meantime, you're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we are here at the Polderbaan. Runway 36 left. One of two runways in use for departures, the other being runway 09. Center runway is now used for arrivals. Another, what is it? Triple? Landing? Looks to be a triple. And this is K1231 to Göteborg, spooling up, coming this way. 737-700. Ilko is also celebrating today, 14 months and counting. And in Dutch he writes, boom, 14 months already, keep up the great work. Well, keep up the great work was in English, you guys could probably read that as well. Thank you so much for the ongoing support, Ilko. 14 months and counting. I hope those 14 months have been to your liking. If anything can be improved of in the lounge, let me know. Let me see what I can do to make things better. Thank you so much for the ongoing support, Ilko. Hans wonders when the channel started. Well, more than 36 months ago already. First live stream was at the end of November 2022, so that's 37 months from now. Fingertips are starting to get cold. Starting to delve into my bag for batteries and heated gloves. Even though it's not nearly as cold as it was earlier in the weekend, or at least during Christmas. It's not summer yet, although it is looking really nice. The lighting is beautiful. Now, if you're Luton intolerant, you might want to look away. This is going to London Luton. It might give you the cramps. Next up will be a KLM A321neo to Persenchester. Hey, Michael, also back in the chat. Good to see you, Michael. QJ as well. Good to see you again. Skiing in Austria will be in a week from now. I'll be leaving in the night from Friday to Saturday, so won't be back until Saturday the 10th in the evening probably, so I'm not sure about Sunday 11th as well. Best is to assume I'm going to be out for 2 weeks, and that will happen again in February. We'll go skiing in Italy February 7th until the 14th. KLM flight 1031 to Persenchester and KLM flight 1199 to Oslo behind it. Howdy Joop, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. Alright. Time to do the glove switch. Immediately going already is EasyJet flight 27839 going to London Stansted, and a 737 to Warsaw behind it, KLM flight 1313. Johan says that the sound fell away. Is that so? Are you guys having any issues with the sound? Next up, KLM flight 1313 going to Warsaw in Poland. Papa Hotel Bravo X-Ray Bravo, 26 years old, first flight April 1999. It seems that Gilberto has to go. Well, thank you for joining, Gilberto. Enjoy the rest of your day. See you soon. No issues with the sound. Okay, good to hear. Joanna is also reporting not having good sound. Okay, well, interesting. Most people seem to have no problems with the sound. Only issues with the wife, Joop says. Perfect audio, sound and compression perfect. Well, thanks for the feedback. Let's see, Air Baltic will be next, going to Vilnius, already lined up. That's an A220. Bombardier C-Series 300 as they started live out as. Air Baltic flight 962, going to Vilnius. Yankee Lima Alpha Bravo Echo, 4 years old, first flight September 2021. Captain Jerry says, I had back and shoulder surgeries at the beginning of the month. Stayed in bed all day with pain medication. I missed Christmas, mate. How are you doing right now then? Were you at home for Christmas or were you in hospital? Hope they didn't keep you in hospital over Christmas. And thank you for the super chat, Jerome. You didn't have to use a super chat to get your message across, you know that. Hopefully things are better now for you. Hopefully 2026 will begin better than 2025 has ended for you. Next up an A319, BA Flight 431 to London Heathrow.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, Mary fucking Poppins, London.
Oh wow, John Lutz Canadian had 3 surgeries this year. Okay, who can top that? No, seriously, 3 surgeries in 1 year, that's a lot, mate. Hope you guys are all better now with all those surgeries behind you. Right. Michael Vogel's... Oh wait, no, Apple Flaps is back in the chat. Michael was already there. Morning, Apple Flaps. Not happy with the way the panning goes. It's too wobbly to my liking. Maybe if I enable image stabilizer, would that help? It's a bit far-fetched, but to offset the inaccuracies, perhaps it might help a little. Maybe it makes it worse. KLM to Billund up next. And United Flight 21 to Houston will be next. A 767-300 I am going to give it a go. Let's see. Into the menu. Image stabilizer enabled. Footage cropped a little. Should mean that image stabilizer now is also enabled. Hopefully that'll make the following a bit less wobbly. Don't have enough drag to make smooth pans. United Airlines Flight 21 to Houston in Texas is now coming. November 660. Uniform Alpha. Yeah, it is coming. For a moment I was wondering. "32 years old, first flight May 1993. 42 years old. First flight May 1993. I was still in elementary school for another year, I think. What were you doing back then? Right. I thought Wolfgang was mentioning something about the Singapore A350. Is that it? Was that it? Might be. This is KLM flight 627 going to Miami, Florida. A330-300. This is the Papa Hotel. Alpha Kilo Delta. Fuck D. I said fuck D and thy parents. 13-year-old airplane. Bit younger than the 767 before it. First flight March 2012. After this, we are going to see another A220 from Air Baltic, then a KLM A321neo to London, and then a KLM 787-10 to Atlanta. Gear retraction on A330s always is a bit like watching paint dry. Agonizingly slow. Apple Flaps asks about the METAR code. Sure thing. METAR is basically the weather in a compact code. It should be coming by again in a moment. Right, so if you look in the ticker right now, you will see the date and time first of the report, the 28th, that's today, 9:25 Zulu time, that means 10:25 Central European time. So the report is from almost half an hour ago, 20 minutes ago. The wind is 3 knots from 040 degrees, and the wind direction is variable between 340 degrees and 090 degrees. Visibility is 10 kilometers or more, that's 9999. We have clouds, broken clouds at 1600 feet. The air temperature is 5 degrees Celsius, the dew point is 2 degrees Celsius. The air pressure is 1033 hectopascals, and the clouds are becoming few clouds at 1600 feet. Means it's opening up a little bit. This is Air Baltic flight 618 going to Riga, Bombardier C-Series 300. And it seems that we've crossed through 300 likes. Thank you all so much for that. Glad to hear you guys are enjoying. Hope everybody is. Don't forget to leave a like if you haven't done so already and you are enjoying the stream. Another Air Baltic underway. Daniel, goedemorgen. Johan, goedemorgen. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi in the chat. It isn't mandatory, but it is always appreciated. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Many are watching. They're all friendly, and together they know a lot. They'll happily try to answer your questions. The wind on the scale of chimney smoke. Well, the wind is almost non-existent. The sun is slowly but surely getting out from behind the clouds more and more. This is KLM flight 1005 going to London Heathrow, A321neo. KLM flight 623 to Atlanta, Georgia up next. That's 787-10. Yeah, the image stabilizer doesn't seem to help that much. Just needed a new tripod for better following, I'm afraid. Center is still in use for arrivals. KLM flight 623 spooling up. Going to Atlanta, Georgia. 787-10 Dreamliner. Papa Hotel Bravo Kilo India is the registration. This one is 5 years old. First flight August 2020. Hey, nice. 767-400 on radar. Should be coming this way. Little bit of sunshine over here means that a shady figure can wave and say hi to you. There's still ice here in the canal. It's starting to thaw. You can see it here and there. Water is coming back over the ice. Aquatic birds I haven't seen yet. Thus far it have only been regular birds, predator birds and crows mostly. Though Harry the Heron has also been sighted. I did see him earlier. Current status quo on the tower. Peter PDK also back in the chat. Freya, goedemorgen. Robin, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. Oh, baby bus coming to the Polderbaan, Robin says. Nice. Hey, top of the morning, Evan. Evan asks if I ever had a dog. Nope. Cats only. I am very much a cat person. Thought I saw that you mentioned that you adopted a husky. How's that working out, Evan? Is it a pup or is he or she a bit older already? Koos, goedemorgen. Marissa says that there's an Air China cargo A330 freighter being pushed back that will come to the Polderbaan. That's nice. Nice Chinese A330 cargo. That would be SAS over there, and there should already be an Air Baltic A220 over there. Ah, it's the Austrian flag livery by the looks of it. Yep. It says Latvia on the tail, and that's Latvian for Austria. Bet you guys didn't know that, did you? Well, time for me to take a small sip of vodka while we still have time to do so. Whoa, whoa, whoa. There's even contrails to be seen here. Wasn't expecting that. Something flying to the east, a little north of me. Twin jet. Yeah, it's not... It didn't say that the visibility was good, but the contrails are visible. Baby bus to 09. Okay, well. Air Baltic is on its way. Air Baltic to Tallinn. Austrian flag livery. Yankee Lima. Charlie Sierra Lima. 7 years old already. First flight September 2018. Oh wow. Breaking news on one of my news apps. I see that Brigitte Bardot has passed away at 91 years age. Breaking news. Apparently, as we would say in the Netherlands, at least she didn't die in the cradle. Oh, fostered only. They say Krypton is 5 years old. Plan to keep him at least a month. Realize 2 days later having a husky is bad when a cat is already part of the fam. It might be a bit more challenging. Yeah. Double Dutch also back in the chat. Good to see ya. Hey, there's a lurk. Welcome back. Jermaine, good morning. Okie do. What is coming to Polderbaan next? It looks like KLM flight 705 is next, but it's still decent distance out, going around the threshold of the center runway, which is still in use for arrivals. Russell or one of his mates is sitting over there. Are those your cats' names, Nick? Bee, Nutty, and Teapot. That's a very typical name for a British cat, isn't it? Teapot. Full World is tuning in from Uganda, which is in welcome to the channel, mate. And season's greetings to you too, Tony. Now, pickup truck just passed me by. That bird control, just 2, not K2. Mercer says, I think the last plane from 09 just took off, so all traffic should come to 36 left now. It is 10:55 already, so that makes sense. Think that's the tail of KLM flight 705, and you're seeing either the 767-400 still, or it is the SASs. And thank you so much, Evan, for your super sticker. 100, 180. No, wait, minus the 80. Let's see. Where exactly are they going around the northern threshold? Must be over there. Yeah, we can all see the tails move. Like shark fins just above the waterline. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 airplanes. I'm counting 8 airplanes that are already on their way over here. Quite a few wide bodies among them, including the Eastern 777-200 Eastern Airlines flying for Suriname still. I thought that it was mentioned that the Dows was coming back after Boxing Day, but I guess I spoke too soon or it got delayed. The A340-600. Center runway is still very much in use for arrivals. And I absolutely remember that, Evan. You're also one of the viewers from the get-go, from the start of the channel. Also one of the longest standing members. Despite despite the period where you weren't a member because of, what was it, credit card issues back then or something. I remember that. Despite that, still in the top 15, I think, of longest standing members of the channel. Slowly but surely, the trickle of airplanes is arriving here. The very first departure is going to be KLM flight 705 to Rio de Janeiro. Now on the far right. No, wait. Yeah, no, that's it. All right, I thought it might have been a bit further up ahead already, but this is KLM flight 705. First departure to Rio de Janeiro. 777-200. Hey Ton, goedemorgen. Don is reporting a completely blue sky in Viana, which is a bit further to the south. Interesting that you mention that, because looking in your direction, I'd say it's still a bit cloudy over there, but I guess those clouds are only closer by. We'll see. Right now the lighting is not working in our favor. It is visibility actually is better when it is overcast, because of the morning backlight that you're having over here. This is KLM flight 705 going to Rio de Janeiro. Now there's a 777-200. Ruud Vianen, also from Vianen, I suspect, says more sun is on its way to you. We'll find out soon enough. I'm already liking the weather as it is. It's good, decent visibility and not too cold. Hope you guys are enjoying the Dead Cat microphone attached to the camera, instead of using the blimp, which is just pointing forwards. Means you'll probably hear the engines the way I am right now already. Looked to be quite a lot of brake dust that came out of the wheels there. MMAJ Geneigen, goedemorgen, good morning. And welcome to the show. Welcome to the show for everybody else who may have joined in the meantime as well. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we are here at the Polderbaan. Runway 36 left. Right now the only runway for outbound traffic, and boy is there a lot of traffic coming this way. SAS flight 556 is over there. Have a look at Flight Radar and how many airplanes are there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 that I'm seeing already. Quite a few wide bodies as well. It's a nice mix between narrow bodies and wide bodies. So sit back and relax, ladies and gentlemen. Shit's about to go down. Since it isn't very cold, I am going to switch off again my heated gloves, go back to the standard gloves. I think the following accuracy is a bit higher when using those. First up, SAS flight 556, A320neo going to Stockholm. Discussion in the chat. Who was born where? And where have they moved to? Lovely. Next up, an airplane that here at Schiphol is not that rare, but globally is quite rare. It's a 767-400. United Airlines flight 71 to Newark. You can see it's a bit more stretched than the more ubiquitous 300s that we see here more regularly. United Airlines flight 71 to Newark. 23 years old, first flight March 2002. It's the November 76064. Fire in the hole. In the background, KLM flight 615 going to Portland, Jerry's hometown. That's the 78710. More brake dust. Things do seem to be opening up here, ever so slightly. Let me also see if I can maybe go back to normal following without the image stabilizer. Misty, good morning. To Martin, who is also back in the chat. Good to see you again, mate. Welcome back. Hope all is well. Another KLM 78710 is lined up over there. KLM flight 615 to Portland, Oregon. Frank Coco Koren, good morning. Gert and Jacqueline, goedemorgen. Bas, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody else. Mehmet is also back. Mehmet is celebrating half a year of membership as well. Hello, everyone, he writes. Good to see you again, Mehmet. Hope all is well. And thank you so much for your ongoing support. Half a year already. Time flies, doesn't it? Hope those 6 months have been to your liking in the lounge. If not, let me know. Let me see what I can do to make things better. This is the Papa Hotel Bravo Kilo Quebec. First flight was in July this year. Brand new airplane, in other words. Up, and away. Tibor is tuning in from Slovakia. Welcome to the channel, mate. Belgium team, good morning. Quite clearly audible over here right now. Swiss up next, going to Zurich, flight 731, Bombardier C-Series 300. Swiss registered, Hotel Bravo, Juliet, Charlie, Romeo. 7-year-old airplane already, first flight October 2018. Robert, goedemiddag. Robert is tuning in from the Philippines. Radio Red October, tuning in from Finland. Welcome to the channel, mate. Good morning. Bob is also back. Good evening, Bob. Hope you're doing well. And Banana Bird 7 just became our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. Nice avatar as well. I like. Banana Bird, welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Thank you for your vote of confidence. Make sure to have fun with the 34 custom emojis that are now at your disposal. If you need to know where stuff is, ask around. Many have gone before you and will happily show you the way. Now the gorgeous A220 underway. EasyJet will be first. Next after that, the Eastern Airways 777-200 that is flying still on behalf of Suriname. There it is. Should get a nice close-up. Another Delta behind it, Delta A330neo. Center is still in use for arrivals. And the exodus via the Polderbaan is still in progress. EasyJet flight 22514 going to London Luton. You might want to look away if you are Luton intolerant because it might give you the cramps. Hope you guys are still enjoying the show. If you are, don't forget to leave a like if you haven't already. I'll take a small sip of vodka to celebrate. It's almost the end of the year. We made it. And she's rolling. It's an A320. Not Jesus, but Gas WS. 11-year-old airplane, first flight somewhere in 2014. The month not specified on flight radar. Hey there, Shivam, and welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined. World to Fly Corendon next for center. And there's an unfortunate timing. Eastern Airways for the Polderbaan, also next. I think that the World to Fly is over there, now about to touch down. Yeah, that's an A350, all right. That's the World to Fly Corendon. Now, for how much longer we are going to see this airplane over here remains to be seen. I thought that this A340-600 that it is currently replacing would have returned by now, but we're still seeing Eastern with their triple. Flying on behalf of Suriname, flight 993 to Paramaribo. For how much longer remains to be seen, so let's enjoy it while we can. November 771 Kilo Whiskey, 23 years old, first flight February 2002. Things are definitely opening up a little. You can see it looking to the north. It's also opening up and you see ever more blue when looking to the west. Current status quo when looking to the east. And lastly looking to the south. I think that might be a quad-engined airplane producing control over there. Or is that just a big fat twin? Hard to see from this angle. Next airplane, Delta Flight 49 to New York JFK. That's an A330neo. There it is. What a fantastic roar that produced. Oh, we missed an airplane flying through the clouds. That hole was definitely caused by the previous airplane. Something that you don't see very often. Hey, Stefan van Heesel is also back. He is in deep green, celebrating a membership anniversary for 18 months, 1.5 years and counting. Good to see you again, Stefan. Thank you so much for your ongoing support as a member. I hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. If not, hit me up. Let me see what I can improve, make things better for you guys. Thank you so much, Stefan. Hope you're going to stick around for many more months to come. Air China Cargo, the cargo A330-200 to Chengdu in China. 18 years old, first flight July 2007. I think the second airplane just caused more another dent in the clouds. That is so funny. Well, Delta Airlines Flight 73 is up next. And seems that we've crossed through 400 likes. Thank you all so much for that. Glad to hear you guys are enjoying. If you are enjoying, don't forget to leave a like if you haven't already. It helps allegedly to bring in new viewers, broaden the audience. Now I am curious to see what's going to happen. Is it going to cause... It is causing this. It's not so much the airplane passing through, but it's, I think, the wake turbulence that's causing the clouds to shift. Very interesting. Cor, goedemorgen. Carol, good morning. Eddie, goedemorgen. Hey there, Vera, good morning. Lovely to see how those airplanes are affecting the clouds. Yes, oh nice. Here we can see it really well. Still curling. EasyJet up next, an A319 to Eden.
Bruh.
Let's turn around the camera quickly. And Marissa says that another Chinese cargo has been pushed back. More Chinese triples coming this way. Or is it not a triple? Yeah, it is a triple. China Southern Cargo triple freighter coming to the Polderbaan. That's good news. Marissa says planes now landing on 06 instead of center along with 36 right. So I am thinking they are going to start using the center runway for parallel departures then from 11:40 onward. It's looking like the marginal visibility conditions no longer apply, which means I am expecting parallel departures from 11:40 onward. If you just joined us, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at Polderbaan, runway 36 left. Right now, the only runway for departures for another 20 or so minutes. After that, a second runway will open up. I'm thinking it's going to be the center runway. A little bird has landed over here in the meantime. Right on that. Now on the ground. And moving again before my camera can even find the focus. Come on, sit still for a moment, will you? Ah, come on. Lovely. That's what we call in Dutch a mus, right? Alright, Bulgaria I think, to Sofia. A220. Hey Jeff, also back, good to see ya. I hope that we are all mostly made up of cheese by now. Well, I did have some blue Stilton with port that over here in the Netherlands you can always buy in the days around Christmas and New Year's Eve. I was disappointed by the batch from Albert Heijn. I will dive into a new batch from another supermarket pretty soon because it was more Stilton and not so much port. So my percentage of cheese could be a bit higher still. In the meantime, a warm welcome to everybody who has joined. You're still watching AMS Live, and have a look on Flight Radar and see how many airplanes there are currently coming to the Polderbaan. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's 8 at least. Mr. and Mrs. A are tuning in from Chester and say, please say hi to Danny. Hey there, Danny. Greetings from Mr. and Mrs. A. Air Europa will be next, going to Madrid. Dinesh, good morning. Nissan Micra monteur, goedemorgen. Music Freak NL, goedemorgen. And indeed, Eddie, that was an active birdie. Lost it again. Seems to have flown off. Roodborst tapuit. Ah, there you go. Back in the day when I was growing up, you used to see mussen quite a lot. Not so much these days anymore. Air Europa Pa, going to Madrid, 7878 Dreamliner, flight 1098. Spanish registered, the November Victor Zulu, 11 years old, first flight May 2014. It's also busy on Cheaters Lane. Let's see which will be the next. Is it TUI? No, I think it's going to be Air Dolomiti. Air Dolomiti is already lined up at the threshold. Cheaters Lane is pretty full. The queue to the threshold is also pretty filled. Robert, good morning. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined in the meantime as well. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at Polderbaan, runway 36 left, which currently is very busy with traffic. At the moment, the runway is still the only runway for outbound traffic. That's going to change pretty soon, though, around 11:40 local time. Central runway is going to open up. We'll have... What? That was Russell. Not sure if you guys heard him. He arrived here on the lantern quite loudly. I think what he yelled was, if you like the show, don't forget to leave a like. He's so right. And he's off again. Now sitting over there. Come on, don't give us the silent treatment. Animals. They never do what you want them to do they? And now he's starting to get loud again. Air Dolomiti and Bro 195. Rah! All right, what's going to be the next departure? I think it's the TUI MAX 8737 going to Fuerteventura. There's another airplane behind it. Hey Lisa, goedemorgen. Good to see you again. Lord Andrew, good morning. Welcome back. Shadow Prepper asks if I am sitting in a tent or something. My voice sounds like you're inside. No, I'm standing out here. Is the sound of the voiceover different? Or is it just Shadow Prepper hearing things? What is up, Russell? Grah. Grah. What is up? Interesting. Jörg has to go. Thank you for joining. Enjoy the rest of your day, Jörg. And we'll see you again in the new year. Happy New Year, mate. Let's go back to focus to infinity. Lufty to Munich up next. A320. Small echo on the sound effect. I have no idea what you're talking about. You mean the when I use the stream deck? I have no idea. What I am doing is standing really close to my camera to film properly, and my phone is right in the way, and I think that might cause for a bit of echo. If I stand a bit further back, you'll probably hear the sound more natural, but the camera is now at eye height. And there's a big S24 Ultra telephone reflecting my voice probably. That's probably what you're hearing. If I stand really close to my camera screen, I'm also standing really close to my phone. My phone is now reflecting my voice. And if I stand a little further back, you probably don't hear the effect again. I think that's probably what you were hearing. That's my suspicion. If I stand a little higher, then there's no phone in my face. But today I have mounted the camera a bit higher up. It's at eye height now, so I have a camera, a phone here, big slab of phone, which is probably what my voice is reflecting off of. Caleb Flight 791 to Rio de Janeiro. That's 777-300. Hey Lance, good morning, mate. Welcome back. Hope all is well. If I take care to keep my head a bit further back when talking, you probably will hear that things are better. Let me know. I am curious. Microphone is very sensitive. I think when I stand too close to the phone, it sounds different than when I'm standing a bit further away. Then he says, in the shadow, it looks like you're wearing a high hat. Well, I'm wearing a ski hat over my over my head. So this is what you're seeing. There is a little ball on top. It's to keep the ears warm as well. And a bit of the neck, mostly the ears. Now the big bird is coming. 777-300 to Bangalore in India. KLM flight 879. Right, more 777 violence is coming next. We already saw family of Lise, a buzzard, this morning. This is Fidel Kestrel, I think. This is definitely a smaller predator bird than the one we saw earlier in the morning. That hat has triggered my trauma, Lance says. Do elaborate, mate. You're making me curious. What might that trauma be? Part of therapy is to expose yourself to the trauma again. Share it in detail. And watch something move. You'll do makeshift EMDR. Right, China Southern Cargo going to Guangzhou in China. Flight 2572, 777 freighter. Bravo 2010. 11 years old. First flight December 2014. Brake dust. Head trauma. Is that some movement in the water? I am. Oh no. Yeah. It was. It's Chris Coote, and he has a few mates. They're walking up. Hey, that's not the ramp intended for you guys to use. That's the wrong ramp. The ramps that Schiphol has left behind are oriented like so. You're using the wrong ramp, you bastard. That's just the edge of the sewage exit. Well, at least we have some birds over there, and we also have a little doggo over here. Marking territory. And here we have another one. Have a look. Hey there, buddy. Sniff, sniff. What's this? Oh, more stuff. Let's take a sniff. Hey, where's everybody going? Wait for me. Wait for me. Oh. Let's sniff here. Let's have a look. Hey there. What are you smelling? Oh, quick. That was fun. Alright, we have Finnair on Cheaters Lane. Behind it, Delta Airlines flight 143, that's an A330. Finnair, unfortunately, an A321 and not an A350. Finnair flight 1302, going to bloody Helsinki in Finland, A321. Oscar Hotel Lima Zulu Foxtrot is the registration. It's a 21-year-old. First flight March 2004. Big Karen cabin in the back. So yeah, a couple of pedestrians are over here, people walking their dogs. We have Russell still standing there, sitting there. Lance says, nice engine growling sounds today. That's because there is single-digit wind speed and I have brought the dead cat along with me. In other words, the ambient microphone is attached to the camera. And since it is very directional, it means you'll pick up the mic, the sounds earlier, and you'll hear them longer since the mic is moving along with the camera. Makes for a better auditory experience. Of course, when the wind picks up and becomes double-digit speed, you'll start hearing wind rumble with the current configuration, which is why I'll resort to using the blimp again when it gets too windy. Wolfgang asks if overhead spotting is possible. Well, right now it has become mostly blue. So yeah, if anything interesting is coming my way, let me know, Wolfgang, because we can definitely see a lot of stuff going on overhead right now. That was not the case this morning, but now it certainly has become the case. Well, interesting to see that there are airplanes crossing the central runway directly. They're coming this way. Triplet should become visible from behind the buildings. Hey, thanks for the kind words, Hank. Hank Hogeveen writes in Dutch, that's what's so nice about your stream, boy. It feels like you're standing next to the runway yourself. That is what I try to convey, the experience of being here. So that's why also when there's stuff going on around me, I point the camera to it. It's interesting. It's what you see when you would be standing here. So that's why I'm also showing you guys. Bo, goedemorgen. Arun, good morning. Arun is tuning in from the UK. Where in the UK are you from? Or tuning in from, I should say. Don't forget, guys, if you're enjoying the show and you want to help for free, don't forget to leave a like. Tell your friends about AMS Live. If they're into aviation, they might also enjoy streams like these. Should be the last stream of this year, for me at least. Even though I will be off tomorrow and the weather promises to be good, I have to take my cat to the vet tomorrow morning. Cardiac echo. I'm really getting anxious because I don't want anything to be wrong with his heart. It will be hell if he needs medication. Like a typical cat, a fussy eater. Hardly ever does he eat anything else than cat feed. So feeding medication through a bowl of cheese or bit of sausage or anything is next to impossible. And there's the triplet, or at least two of the three. The first airplane has already arrived on this side of the platform. Jobima, good morning, welcome back. Karsten, good morning, good to see you again, mate. Hey, Karsten has to go already again. Well, thank you so much. The vacation should be really sweet. I will leave a few pictures in the community section if I get the time for it. Wolfgang and I definitely need to make a selfie on our skiing day. I'm expecting at least that you can expect. Tuning in from East Sussex, not far from AMS as the crow flies. Absolutely, just a body of water in between the Gulf of Yorkshire. Marissa is moving to Lurkers Lounge. That's good. Enjoy Lurkers Lounge. And thank you for stopping by in the active chat today, Marissa. Bob has to sign off for his beauty sleep. Mate, you really should post a picture of yourself in the community section one day. So many beauty sleeps. I'm expecting you must be looking like a model. All those beauty sleeps. Right, this is K-Lift at 757 to Panama City, 78710 Dreamliner. Papa Hotel Bravo Kilo Lima, 3 years old, first flight June 2022. Lufty 748 over Leiden, east to west. East to west? Oh yeah, well it's already far away. Don't think we can make out any details anymore. When the camera is pointing in the other direction, the lighting is very moody. Absolutely loving it. Well, thanks for the encouraging words, Arun. Thing is that my cat already went blind. I think it's been 2 weeks or so ago now. Unfortunately, that is more than likely irreversible. The thing is, now we need to rule out any serious underlying conditions, one of them being potentially heart failure. Now, the cardiac echo itself is not too bad. It's just on the outside like an ultrasound with pregnant women. It's not invasive or anything, but I am afraid of what might come out of it. We'll see. Not much you can do about it. Peter, goedemorgen. Hey, thank you, Indo Dirk and House Girl. Cat is 17 from October 2008. BA flight 433 on its way to London Heathrow.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, Mary fucking Poppins, London.
Next after that, Delta Airlines flight 161 to Minneapolis, Minnesota. That's an A330 Neo. Still barely any wind today. Wind on the scale of chimney smoke shows a lot of verticality, not a lot of horizontality. Hey Nout, goedemorgen. Good to see you. Delta Airlines flight 161 to Minneapolis, Minnesota up next. After that, TUI flight 367 to Willemstad, Curaçao. That's going to be a Dreamliner. First up, this A330neo. November 405 Delta X-ray, 6 years old, first flight November 2019. A300 to Leipzig on radar, Wolfgang says. That's probably going to go to the center runway, isn't it? Has that been reopened already? Come to think of it, it is already 11:47. I don't recall having seen any departures from center yet. TUI flight 367 to Willemstad Curaçao is pulling up, coming this way. Papa Hotel Tango Foxtrot Kilo, 11 years old, first flight May 2014. Look at him. Have a look. How proud he is walking around. I don't have any food with me, mate. Just vodka. Probably nothing to your liking. Coming to collect the streaming tax, indeed, Jeff. Where's the money? Klaas says in Dutch, hopefully it won't be a very expensive assessment. The money is least of my worries, Klaas. Money is not a concern of me. Hey, Eversteria, also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Happy holidays. Nelly says it's a raven. Typical Dutch raven loves to rave. What's that? That was the whale sound of an E2 or an A220 engine. Yeah, there should be an EasyJet over there somewhere. There it is, EasyJet flight 28680 to Gatwick. Looks like a walk from the Ministry of City Walks, Boss says. Not sure if all the younger viewers who might be watching remember that. Have they begun using the center runway for departures now, or because I'm not seeing any departures yet, it seems that thus far everything is still coming this way. Or are they? Stacy also back in the chat, good to see ya. Looks like a crisp morning. Yep. Well, define crisp, but the sun is out and the sky is blue for the better part. Has nicely opened up, and there we go. Was wondering about center runway open for departures or not. We have our answer. Parallel departures now in progress then until approximately 1 o'clock. Hey Ricardo, goedemorgen. Hoe was jouw kerstdagen? Mijn kerstdagen is geslaagd, Ricardo says. His Christmas was a success. Well, you know what I did with Christmas. I streamed for 2 days in the cold. So I would call it a success as well. How about we call the Raven Ricardo? Ricardo the Raven. He's over here still. Walking around, making an occasional sound. Still looking to collect the streaming tags. DV010, welcome back mate. Goedemorgen. Terko, good morning, guten Morgen. Jen Rosek, goedemorgen kerel. Just in the nick of time, still morning, technically speaking. Tom has to go. Thanks for stopping by, Tom. We'll meet again probably in 2026. So all the best. Happy New Year already. Next up, KLM flight 1305 to Gdansk in Poland. Nice Embraer 175 from KLM. Halli Martien, goedemorgen. Good to see you again. And CA33SA is also back in the chat, tuning in from Eugene in Oregon. Good morning and welcome back, mate. Our next departure from Polderbaan is approaching. KLM flight 777. It's not a Boeing 777, but an A330-300. Going to a destination that I think most of us, if not all of us, would want to visit one day. Sint Maarten. Still has to taxi the last little bit to the runway threshold. Gives me time to have a little sip. Hope you guys are enjoying the show still. If you guys do enjoy the show, are enjoying the show, but haven't dropped a like yet, consider doing so if you want to help this channel reach a wider audience. The sun is now approximately approaching its highest point above the horizon. We're at 52 degrees northern latitude, and over here the sun at its highest is around 15 degrees. Half a year from now, we'll have almost 17 hours, if not more, of daylight. Sunrise really, really early. Sunset after 10 p.m. Big difference. Right now, this time of year, we'll have less than 8 hours of sunshine in the day. Sun rising shortly before noon. The sun was actually climbing just above the horizon east of me as I was driving up here. It was really lovely to see. I'm always surprised when you see the sun at the horizon just how big it actually is, because when it's up in the sky, have anything in the foreground as a reference, it always looks smaller, even though it is just as big when it is above in the sky than when it is at the horizon. Amsterdam Sky Team 737 lined up for center and rolling. That must be it then. Where? Yeah, it looks like KLM, but this is a 737-700. KLM's Sky Team 737 is a 900. Bit longer fuselage. From the side it is easier to discern. At first glance, you might think it's the KLM Sky Team 737, but it's not. Just like how when that special livery Singapore Airlines, no, not Singapore Airlines, Garuda Indonesia, in the Sky Team livery looks like the what the PHBVD used to look like. Howdy Thea, good to see you again. Thea's daughter-in-law will be leaving for Lima in the BVK. Well, that should be coming this way. And Mark H is also back in the chat. Good to see you again, Mark. Welcome back. Hope all is well. Happy Sunday to you and everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at Polderbaan, runway 36 left. 36 center is now also in use for departures. Parallel departures for approximately another hour or so until roughly 1 p.m. And from then on, 1 hour of Polderbaan exclusive departures. Here we have a DHL A300-600.
This shit is bananas! B-A-N-A-N-A-S!
Next airplane taking off from the Polderbaan is rolling already. KLM flight 1333 to Poznan, also in Poland. Already rotating. That's going to pass high in the sky already. Belly shot like you would see from Kagbaan when standing really up close. Hey, and two more little birdies here, right next to me. Well, yeah. And down and up again. ADHD among birds, is that a thing? I suspect it might be. Hey Rudolph, tuning in from Twello. Good to see you again, mate. Welcome back. Well, this one at least is sitting still. He said. And then immediately breaking the rules. Alright, there is another Delta A330 lining up right now. Delta Airlines Flight 133 to Detroit, Michigan. And on the move it is. Delta Airlines Flight 133 to Detroit, Michigan. November 826, November Whiskey. 9-year-old airplane. First flight January 2016. Gear retraction, like watching paint dry. And a 777 taking off from center. This is KLM flight 877 to Mumbai in India, 777-300 And 74 on final 406. Thanks for the heads up, Wolfgang. Let's see if we can find it. How far out is it? Oh, it's already landing. So don't think we are able to see it anymore. That was already closer by than I thought it was. I was already looking over there. I think, oh, it's going to be a few minutes out, but nope. That wasn't the case. All right. There is a 737 to Istanbul now taking off via the center runway. In the meantime, another widebody is coming this way, but it's still underway. Taxiing next to the center runway. United Airlines flight 908 to Chicago. Another 767-300. Here we have KLM flight 1959 to Istanbul in Turkey. Now this is 737-900. That the bird controller might be doing a little inspection over here in the meantime. K3 driving on the runway, doing a little inspection, while the next airplane, I think, well, that's one taking off from center. The taxiing airplane to the Polderbaan should also become visible very soon. Now, in the meantime, Sardi, what are you doing? Thank you so much for your generosity, Sardi. Just now, coming in with a bang, 5 gifted memberships. You didn't have to do that, but you did it anyway. Thank you so much for that. A warm welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. There's 5 new members. Have fun with the custom emojis you'll now have at your disposal for a month. Don't forget to say thank you to Sardi if you are one of the recipients. Once again, thank you so much, Sardi, for your generosity. You didn't have to do that, but you went ahead and did it anyway. Now, there is a Contrail twin jet coming this way, looking like it's coming from Frankfurt or so. Looking around me, not much up in the sky in the immediate vicinity. Here's our next departure. KLM flight 908. Did I say KLM? I think I did. United flight 908 to Chicago, of course. That's a 767-300. Its first flight was in August 1993. That was summer break for my penultimate year of elementary school to my last year. Hey! Grah, grah, grah. Are you thirsty, mate? He's not getting it. Huh, I used to be able to drink here. What's going on here? What is this magic? You're watching Skating on Ice with Ricardo the Raven. Now he's sliding forward nicely. Can he also do the moonwalk, I'm wondering? That would be something, wouldn't it? Walking on thin ice indeed, Dave. I am Jesus. I can walk on water indeed, Deco. Maybe it is Jesus the Raven. Now, in the meantime, Buzz, what are you doing, mate? Buzz is gifting 10 memberships, no less than 10. Thank you so much for your stupendous generosity, mate. You didn't have to do it, but you did it anyway. A warm welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge to those 10 new members. If you are one of the recipients of Buzz's gifted memberships, don't forget to say thank you to him. And please enjoy the custom emojis that you will now have at your disposal for a month. There's 34 of them. And I encourage every member, new and old, gifted or non-gifted, to use those custom emojis. They've been chosen by you, made by me with great care, so have fun with them. Boss, thank you so much. Just to conclude this year's great streams, he writes, well, thank you so much, boss. Yeah, it is probably the last stream of this year. I hope it's also going to be the last stream with my old Sachtler tripod. I hope the stream will be with the new one. Hopefully another year of great streams and a more favorable algorithm. United Airlines Flight 908 is moving, 32 years old, first flight August 1993, the November 662, Uniform Alpha, and it's going to Chicago O'Hare. Definitely see that she hails from an era when smoking was still normal. What a difference. Now, I spent the last couple of days in the evenings watching YouTube clips of Schiphol in the 90s. Also highly recommended. Look it up, Schiphol in 1994, 1991. I saw a clip from 1991 where there was also a cargo 747 which actually later crashed a couple of years later in Amsterdam, the El Al crash. That same 747, that clip started out with it. Double ETA takeoff from center, Wolfgang says. And in the meantime, Lord Andrew, what are you doing? Lord Andrew gifting no less than 20 bleeping memberships. That is above and beyond. What generous gifting. Lord Andrew, you didn't have to do that. I thank you incredibly much for gifting 20 memberships just now. And I hope that each and every one of the recipients will say thank you for it. Have fun with those custom emojis, guys. Don't forget to say thank you to Andrew if you are one of his recipients of a gifted membership. If you are enjoying the gifted membership and it is expiring, you might want to consider renewing it or gifting somebody else a gifted membership who might also enjoy it. Andrew, thank you so much for your generosity. 20 new members courtesy of you. That is incredible. ETA flight 107 to Rome. Taking off from center. Embraer 190 over here. Next up, KLM flight 743, 777-300 going to Lima in Peru. TS daughter-in-law on board, if I recall correctly. Daughter or daughter-in-law? I thought it was daughter-in-law. She'll be leaving soon. Going to Lima in Peru. Peru is a country right next to Ecuador. Shadow Prepper in the meantime also gifting memberships. 5 memberships gifted by the Shadow Prepper just now. Thank you so much, Shadow Prepper, for your generosity. 5 new members courtesy of you, and I hope that each and every one of them will enjoy the membership and the custom emojis they'll now have at their disposal. If you are one of the recipients of a gifted membership, don't forget to thank the gifter. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines new members. Thank you, Shadow Prepper. Thank you so much. There she goes, Thea. Safely underway. Your daughter-in-law. I did remember correctly. Bon voyage. Then he writes that his parents have heard that El Al passed overhead and was unmissable. Well, those airplanes were louder to begin with already. It's have a look if you never googled it. Have a Google for Schiphol 1990s. You'll find several clips. It's incredible. Just I said it before, the variety of airplane types. Tri-jets, 747s everywhere. Also quite a few turboprops. The occasional Tupolev, hailing from back when it was still called Czechoslovakia. Absolutely incredible. If you're an aviation enthusiast, highly recommended that you watch those clips. Gerrit also sent me a clip recently. There are several from the early 1990s, the late 1990s. KLM 747s, completely passenger equipped everywhere. Those were the days. Right, we're back in waiting mode. Little bit of high clouds now in the way of the sun. I'm not sure if it is dense enough for us to be able to have a look on the sun's surface. Maybe do some sunspot spotting in the meantime. Looks like it is too thin. Yeah, the sun is already shining more brightly again. Cherry Berry, one of the recipients of a gifted membership. Make sure to have fun with those custom emojis. That goes for all members, new and old. I challenge you all to get creative with them. Use them as inappropriately as you can think of. The more inappropriate, the more fun. We'll have to wait a little bit. The runway isn't closed yet, but that's always the case when you are filming departures, that you have occasional moments where traffic slows down a little bit. That's one of the upshots of filming arrivals at Schiphol. The flow of traffic is much more continuous, although there too you can have moments where you have to wait a little. Secondary runway is still in use. The next airplane coming to the Polderbaan is an Embraer 190 to Dublin by the looks of it, which still is taxiing next to the center runway. A Shadow Prepper, thank you so much for another generous donation, a super chat. And Shadow Prepper writes, thank you boys for this year. This year has flown by quickly. P.S. I was one of the first firemen on site when the El Al plane crashed on 4 October 1992. Is that so, mate? Wow. I was still a small kid back then. I remember seeing it on the news, reading about it in the papers. It was quite a mystery because there were also some men in white that were seen. So conspiracy theorists already quickly were thinking, was there radioactive substances on board or anything? I still remember that from back in the day. Must have been a terrible job to do to be a fireman after an airplane crash into a flat building. What is happening here? Why is my... Right. I think I must have set the counterbalance improperly. My camera was leaning backwards out on its own and I wasn't used to that. There should be enough counterbalance so that it's more or less stationary. Yeah, there's a twin jet control coming this way. It's not anything big. It's not getting really close by. Let's have a look. So over here we have a field where I think they have sown winter wheat. That happened a couple of weeks ago. We haven't seen substantial rain since, so it's not looking like the wheat is coming up from the ground already. You can see that the field is pretty dry. There's a police helicopter that took off from Schiphol in the meantime. That is now going to the west towards the coast. Still remember that one time that where this helicopter is now flying, we actually saw a military Apache helicopter. First and only time that I saw an Apache over here in the vicinity of Schiphol. In the meantime, a warm welcome to everybody who has joined. Flying Picket, welcome to the show. Welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. There's still a bit of ice here on the water. It's thick enough for Ricardo the Raven to tread on. I'm not going to try my luck myself. Don't think it'll hold my weight. Right, our next arrival over here. Arriving to depart. KLM flight 1139 going to Dublin, Ireland, Embraer 190. And Axel Janmaat is also back in the chat, just checking in because I reckon this would be the last stream of the year. Correct me if I'm wrong though. No, you're absolutely right. And thanks for quite some nice streams this year, boy. Well, thank you, Axel, for dropping by to come and say hi. This is actually the last stream for this year for me. And I think it's prudent for you guys to count on me not being out for another 2 weeks. Skiing trip, New Year's Eve. It's all falling together. Hey Ronaldo, goedemiddag. It's 12:20, that means another 40 minutes of parallel departures before the power hour of the Polderbaan. In the foreground, just left of the airplane and now almost in front of it, Harry Heron. And this is KLM flight 1139 to Dublin, coming this way, Embraer 190. Fijne zondag, Ronaldo. You too, thank you. So yeah, we opened the show with overcast conditions, but now looking at the big picture, it is mostly open. This is what things look like to the north, and you'll see a shady figure waving to you guys. This is looking to the west, towards the Gulf of Yorkshire, where you can see a few clouds, but only a few. The east too, things look good. Few high clouds here in the vicinity, at the horizon also a few, but generally speaking, and this is lastly looking to the south, you can see things have opened up substantially compared to what they were in the beginning of the show. Meanwhile, Gary also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. We will miss you. Enjoy your time off. I'll be back soon enough. I'm not the only one streaming from Schiphol Airport. Right. Turkish flight 1952 is also on the move. That's an A330. Sadly, it's going to the wrong runway. Parallel departures in progress. Istanbul, last time I checked, still lying east of the Netherlands. Means it's going to take off from the wrong runway, but we should be able to see it from here quite well. Field Castle is over there. As always, looking for Pinky and the Brain. Over there we have the fire station. 2 airplanes are coming this way, 2 Embraer 190s. KLM Flight 903 to Inverness and KLM Flight 939 to Glasgow. Lance says a salute to Boy for his superb stream, content, chat, and attempts at humor. Huge heartfelt thanks, mate. Attempts at humor? What's that supposed to mean, mate? Why don't you come over here and explain personally? You're welcome, mate. Thank you so much for the support. Always a pleasure to have you in the chat. Looking forward to many more streams to come in 2026. Hopefully, we'll be able to go back at it right after I'm back from vacation. And also a big thank you to Peter van der Steen, aka Durper1973, for a generous donation, a super chat. And he writes in Dutch, the last stream of this year, small closure, very much a lot of skiing fun, Boy, and have a good New Year's Eve, both of you. Thank you so much, Peter. Dankjewel. Well, I will have to celebrate New Year's alone. Lisa is still in Belgium. She is with her relatives celebrating the holidays. I would have joined her if it hadn't been for the cat, but no problem. I will make up for that later in life. Still, as long as there's not too much fireworks that stresses out my cat, I'll be good. Mike W, good afternoon. Sigit Friatna, good afternoon again. Tuning in from Indonesia, from Java, if I recall correctly. Hey there, Steve. Steve is tuning in from Inverness. Haha, look, looking for the inbound in 19 minutes. Is it still a 19-minute flight? Wow. Well, as you can see, it's underway, Steve, so... Flying Picket says, big up in the Inverness Massive. Ali G vibes emanating through that comment. And I hadn't noticed before, Lance, who says he's laced with sarcasm. Now there's a first. Learn something new every day. Here we have Turkish Flight 1952 on its way to Istanbul, Turkey. looking forward to the arrival of the new tripod and tripod head. Same brand, but a bit higher level spec. Amanda also back in the chat. Good to see you, Amanda. Welcome back. And it seems that we've crossed through 600 likes. Marius writes, thank you all so much for that, ladies and gentlemen. Glad to hear you are enjoying. You might be wondering how high up are those airplanes already. Well, if you zoom out, you can see pretty high up already. Amtree Moon also back in the chat. And Cherry Berry needs to work again. Working on Sunday. Does beg the question, what line of work are you in that you need to work on a Sunday? It is a Sunday, right? Yeah, it is a Sunday. That's the thing with the holidays. It felt like Sunday 3 days ago already, at least to me. Klaas is signing off and wishes me good luck at the vet tomorrow. Thank you so much, Klaas. Hopefully we'll see each other again soon. Take care and enjoy the rest of the year remaining. We're not done yet with the stream though. We're not going anywhere. Traffic will pick up at some point. There's a TUI Dreamliner to Punta Cana. That is in the process of getting pushed back. TUI Belgium. KLM Embraer 175 to Gothenburg is on its way over. That is the only airplane in the vicinity, in the relative vicinity right now. Ah, police officer, yeah, law never stops. That's a 24/7 gig. Well, take it easy at work, Cherry Berry. Hopefully see you again soon. KLM Flight 1233, now visible in the background behind the trees. That's an Embraer 175 coming this way. There's a TUI Dreamliner that should also be coming this way once it is done with the pushback. Delta Airlines Flight 163 has also popped up on flight radar. That's going to Minneapolis. Should also be taking off from this runway. Gulf Air 78 over Beverwijk, west to east, Wolfgang says. I can clearly see it. It's also interesting to see how the scale of chimney smoke is almost producing a mushroom cloud. What are they burning over there? Is that something nuclear? I think this is your Gulf Dreamliner, isn't it? It's definitely looking like a Dreamliner and just not recognizing the tail, but that's because Gulf is not a regular visitor here at Schiphol, and I don't know exactly how it, what it looks like in detail, that livery. Scale of chimney smoke looking nuclear. There's a first as well. T-Bolt tuning in from Wittmund. Guten Morgen und herzlich willkommen. Bryn also back in the chat. Good to see you, Bryn. Definitely had a nice Christmas. Hope you had one as nice Christmas as well. Crow. Oh, it's gone. Fido Kestrel was hovering over there. I think. No. Looks like he didn't catch anything. The Delta to Minnesota has been pushed back. The Embraer 175 is about to line up. Where is it? There it is. KLM flight 1233, Embraer 175 to Göteborg. Arrivals on 06 in the background. This is KLM flight 1233 going to Göteborg. Embraer 175, Papa Hotel, Echo X-Ray Whiskey. The airplane is 7 years old, first flight January 2018. It's 12:33, that means that the center runway is expected to stay open for another 27 or so minutes. I was thinking along the same line, Jendrusek. Was Homer pushing any buttons in the power plant? It's almost looking like it. Nice and calm over here. And with the exception of the occasional pedestrian over here, with or without a dog, actually really quiet this this Sunday. Now, I'm not sure how many more people are standing on the other side. It doesn't look like a great many. Somebody's sitting on the bench. There are a few people at the bridge at the beginning of the cycling path. That is all we can see from here. Status quo in the tower is that they dropped some of the curtains. Next arrival here to take off to Copenhagen is KLM flight 1271. And it's hard for me to even make out traffic to runway 06, Wolfgang. The backlight is a female dog. It's nice, but it makes it hard to see stuff in the distance. There's our next arrival here. Arriving to take off. KLM flight 1271 to Copenhagen. Let's see what else is coming this way. KLM flight 1033 to Persenchester. Hey, the Cathay Pacific A350 1000 is also alive right now. Yeah, it's 12:36. That's going to the wrong runway, isn't it? Cathay Pacific to Hong Kong. Now I'm thinking that is going to go to the center runway, isn't it? Ah, okay, we are able to see arrivals to 06 slightly. With that backlight, it is really hard to make out any airplanes. I can see that this seems to be an A321, but other than that, hard to make out any details. I am able to see the SkyTeam livery on that Embraer 190. So that's at least one of KLM's 2 airplanes in the fleet. We have seen the 737 in SkyTeam livery, but that was Tarom, the 700. The one from KLM is a 900. That's the BKO, if I recall correctly. Don't pin me down on it. It is an educated guess. Delta Airlines Flight 163 to Minneapolis, Minnesota is on the move. KLM Flight 611 also in the process of getting pushed back by the looks of it. That's a Dreamliner to, what is it, Chicago? Yeah, should also be coming this way. Holo 6313 asks in Dutch, is there a Polderbaan power hour more often? Well, it's not so much a power hour from the Polderbaan, but because inbound rush hour, there's an inbound rush hour, only one runway is open, and that means the Polderbaan is going to be the only runway open for outbound traffic. That happens whenever there is an inbound rush hour. Right now there are 2 runways in use for departures, and between 1 and 2 that will change to 1 runway for outbound traffic and 2 for inbound traffic. So that means we'll have an hour. Where all the traffic outbound will be leaving via the Polderbaan. Something similar happens during other inbound rush hours. So between 11 and 11:40, you also have just 1 runway open for outbound traffic. As you could see, when you were watching between 11 and 11:40, it was really busy here, with quite a few wide bodies and narrow bodies. And something similar usually happens between 1 and 2 o'clock. Fritz is leaving. Thank you for joining, Fritz. Bis bald. Right. Very interesting to see the chimney smoke forming a ceiling. Not sure what altitude it is, but 100 meters, couple of 100 meters or so. It's hard to estimate how high that the top of that cloud is. You can see the influence of high pressure is the vapor or the smoke, whatever you want to call it. It's being pushed down, cannot rise any further. It's hitting a ceiling, as it were. Could be a temperature ceiling, could also be a difference in, I think, air pressure, air density. Anyway. I'm sure there's a meteorologist somewhere who can explain what it is that we're seeing and why. And this is Pegasus Air Oingoink going back to Istanbul in Turkey. A321neo. Away it goes. Twin jet. I think it's a narrow body, but it is passing close to my zenith from, what is this, west to east. Ever so slightly south of me. Let's see to what extent we can get out any details. Well, I think it says LOT I think this is a lot to see. I think it was a lot to see. Probably going to Warsaw or something. All right. KLM A321neo to Chester underway. Michael is signing off. Thank you so much for joining, Michael. Enjoy Austria and meeting with Wolfgang. I'll hear how you guys have had it when I speak to Wolfgang later. Have a good trip. Also, Shadow Prepper is signing off for this year. Happy New Year to you all. Have a great skiing holiday. Are you going to meet Wolfgang? Yeah, I am. Wolfgang will be coming over on Monday, if I recall correctly, when we will have a day of skiing together. Greetings from the snow-free Norway. Well, thank you so much for joining, Shadow Prepper. You have a nice New Year's Eve, and we'll see you again after my vacation in the new year. And thank you so much for your donation. You didn't have to use Super Chat to get your message across. You know that, I hope. Here we go. Lot 737 it was that we saw. And Yari is tuning in. Good to see you, Yari. Tui to Punta Cana also being pushed back. That also should be coming this way if all is well. Hey, and W is indicating that there is an Atlas 747 to Seoul, estimated to leave around 1:22 via runway 36 left. At least that's what CDM is now mentioning. A Queenie departure from Polderbaan. What a nice way to end the year. AG no longer in the house. Hansworst also has to go. Greetings to Vero and enjoy New Year's Eve. See you again in the new year, Hans. We're not stopping yet. The outbound happy hour for the Polderbaan is about to commence in 15 minutes. Wiedersehen, JV Bus. Tot ziens. Okay. Dancing on Ice, part 2. It's about to go down, I think. Oh, no, he's flying off. You bastard! We were promised an ice show. I sold tickets for an ice show, and now you're leaving us. Hey, and Lars is also back in the chat. Good to see you again. Hope all has been well in the meantime. Harry Huron on the move. He's always looking like he is sneaking up on somebody. Not seeing anybody or anything in the immediate vicinity. Roger Arts, Happy New Year to you too. And see you next year. And also for your girlfriend. Delta Airlines Flight 163 in the meantime is approaching A330-300 going to Minneapolis, Minnesota. There's an E2 Embraer 195 to Geneva, KLM Flight 1933 that just took off from the center runway. Center runway open until approximately 1 o'clock. After that, Everything should be coming to the Polderbaan. Windsock on the right, you can see there's hardly any wind. There's Delta Airlines Flight 163 going to Minneapolis, Minnesota. It's an A330-300, the November 815 November Whiskey. First flight was in January 2007. It is an 18-year-old airplane. Now, Cathay A350-1000 is in the vicinity of the threshold of the center runway. Let's see, KLM flight 1819 to Frankfurt is on Cheaters Lane. Is the Cathay A350 now next? It's looking like it. In the meantime, I can see the Embraer 190 to Frankfurt climbing above the trees. You probably hear it as well. Yeah, it does look like the A350-1000 from Cathay Pacific is now lining up on the center runway. Unfortunately, the A330 that we're filming is doing more or less the same simultaneously. That doesn't bode well for our chances of being able to see them, at least extensively. Delta is turning onto the runway. It seems that the Cathay A350 has already turned onto the runway. Is it doing a turn and burn? Well, Delta is on the move now. Delta Airlines Flight 163 to Minneapolis, Minnesota. It does look like the A350-1000. Oh wait, no, that also has begun moving, I think. Shoot. Piss poor timing. Yep, there's the A350 already. Cathay Pacific, Flight 270 going to Hong Kong, A350-1000. Very unfortunate timing with the departure of the Delta A330 here on the Polderbaan. At least we're still able to see it. Quite well, actually. We had more luck on the day of the thumbnail. There you go. Maria is announcing it's bedtime for her. Thank you for the holiday wishes. Hopefully see you again in the next year. Yes, Maria will be the first arriving in 2026. No need to rub it in. Also, still celebrating summer over there. Well, in the meantime, you can see that the traffic coming this way is crossing the center runway directly. They're no longer taxiing around the southern or the northern threshold. That bodes well. I think that means that the center runway either is already closed or will close any minute now. W says that the A380 is near Harderwijk and is going to land on Alsmeerbaan. That's the runway furthest away from here. We should be able to make out the contours of the A380 when it is on final, but I'm not expecting much more to see than that. KLM Flight 1295 to Billund is in the vicinity of the runway threshold and will line up soon. Richie Cantillon also back in the chat. Good to see you. Wolfgang says that the TAP Retro that landed will depart around 2 o'clock. TAP Retro we have seen before. I think I actually have either a short of it or have it prepared. TAP Air Portugal Retro, definitely saw that land on Kaagbaan not too long ago. I think last summer or something. Right. First wide body of the bunch that is now coming this way. KLM Flight 611 to Chicago. 7879 Dreamliner, TUI Dreamliner behind it. Flight 757 to Punta Cana. 2 narrow bodies following those. Now, interesting to see will be what runway has KLM Flight 871 been assigned to. Going to Delhi, has it already been assigned 36 left? Or will that still go to center? Will be interesting to see. Given the time. Given the time, I'm thinking KLM Flight 871 will come to 36 left. Hank says that Zwanenburg is indeed close, center runway, in other words. Zwanenburgbaan is the colloquial name for runway 36 center. Means that everything going out will take 36 left from now on. In other words, the power hour has begun. Hey there, Hector. Welcome back. Merry Christmas. Tuning in from, and I'm not going to pronounce that name because I will make that such a hideous pronunciation. Tuning in from Honduras. That I think I still am able to pronounce somewhat decently. Right, well. Bunch of airplanes are coming. Power hour of the Polderbaan will begin. And there's KLM Flight 611, the first of the bunch. KLM Flight 611 to Chicago O'Hare. This is a 7879 Dreamliner, mid-size, the Papa Hotel, Bravo Hotel Delta. Iceland Air 767 also on radar, says Wolfgang. Does Iceland Air still have 757s in their fleet, or have they all retired their 75s? Does anybody know? I'm wondering. Right, power hour commencing. KLM Flight 611 to open the show with. Papa Hotel, Bravo Hotel Delta, 9 years old. First flight January 2016. Going to Chicago O'Hare. Flex, 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 flex. Wings creep up. Now even more so upon rotation. As I was filming the airplane, Fidel Castro just now did a flyby here in the canal. Just over the canal, I should say more properly. Next airplane will be KLM KLM TUI flight 757 going to Punta Cana. 7878 Dreamliner. And after that we are going to see 3 narrow bodies. An Embraer 195 from SAS to Oslo, 737-900 KLM to Kittilä, and an Embraer 190-175 to Stuttgart, also from KLM. Henk Hogeveen is signing off. Thanks for stopping by, Henk. Happy New Year to you and your family as well already. We'll meet again in the new year, undoubtedly. Right main gear wanted to retract more eagerly than the left. Nice to see. W looked it up and says that Iceland Air has 6 active 757s and 2 are parked. How many of them, do any of them still have a special livery? Or have all of those special liveries now been retired? I know there are 2 that we have seen here before, that Aurora, greenish one, and also a blue one. Wasn't that also related to so many years of independence? All right. SAS is lined up, and we have the Embraer from KLM to Stuttgart in Cheaters Lane. Still holding short, it's not lined up. The SAS Embraer 195 lined up is going to go to Oslo. It's an Embraer 195 long range, 15 years old. Hailing from 2010, month not specified on flight radar. I'm pretty sure that the KLM Embraer 175 on Cheaters Lane is going to be next. Although there's also a KLM at the threshold, so which of the 2 KLMs will get precedence? Take precedence, no? What's the right term? I think I need some vodka, I'm sobering up. We could see that the Embraer 175 in Cheaters Lane was also moving forward, so we now know who will be next. Aurora and Vajayukul are out. Which one is the one with the difficult pronunciation? That's not the 100 years independence, is it? Okay. Focus back to manual. Here we go. Yeah. The Embraer 175, of course, going first via Cheaters Lane, going to Stuttgart. And then KLM flight 1261 to Kittilä. Right. Now, it's nice that we are going to see both of the KLM SkyTeam liveried airplanes. We already saw the Embraer 190. This is the other, the 737-900, going to Kittilä. And it is indeed the PHBXO. 24-year-old airplane, first flight June 2001. Not to be confused with the 737-700 from Tarom that we also saw today in the Scanting livery. Right, the A380 is landing on Amsterdam. There it is. It's on the other side of the runway, so from here we cannot see much except the contours of the airplane. It is a standard livery, no special. Ah, yeah, the Glacier livery. That's the one I meant. Not the. So you had the Independence. That was a bit more blue, but was looking more akin to the what used to be the old standard livery. Then you had that Glacier one, indeed, that was blue and all kinds of color gradients. And then you had the Aurora, that was more green gradients. We've seen them all here, but the prettiest of them have been retired, in other words. That's such a shame. Now, I was mentioning videos of Schiphol in the 1990s earlier in the show, and as it happens, during one of those videos, I also saw a 737 from Iceland Air. That livery was shit to begin with. It was also white and just that newest livery that you see right now is more colorful than the one that they had in the 1990s. So they definitely improved. It's still better than it used to be in the 1990s. Although of course the orange and blue is infinitely better looking than the current livery is. But in the 1990s, Iceland Air had an even shittier livery. Is that possible? Yes, have a look. Look, Google Google for the term Schiphol 1990s and you'll find several videos. I think the one that I saw it on was the one that began with the 747 that later crashed in Amsterdam Southeast. I think that was from 1991. Triple seven to Delhi, coming this way. Here in the foreground, narrow-body departure. Standard livery KLM 737-700 without a carrying cabin. Hey there, Nerify, hello! And Henk van Dam, who is actually Marco from Leiden, to make it a bit more confusing. Welcome to the show, mate. This is KLM Flight 871 to Delhi in India. Delhi sandwich. Grrr. Dreamliner in the background, landing on runway 06. This is the Papa Hotel BVO, biertje voor onderweg, beer for underway, as we would say in Dutch. 10-year-old 777, first flight March 2015. Beautiful to see. Next up, KLM flight 767. That's not a Boeing 767 though, it is an A330-200 actually, going to Oranjestad in Aruba. PHALA is the registration, Papa Hotel Alpha Oscar Alpha, 20 years old, first flight August 2005. And the Atlas Air is in the process of getting pushed back, going to Seoul, and will be leaving via this runway. Thanks for the heads up there, Daniel. And again, painstakingly slow gear retraction, as always on A330s. Hatches are closed. You might also have heard Russell once again, or is it Ricardo the Raven? I'm not sure. He's over there. He's getting loud. I don't suppose talking duck to him will help. Oh, he is answering. Yeah, only once. Nah, no use. No use. Quite a few airplanes now in the vicinity of the threshold. KLM flight 1955 is now lined up, is what we're looking at. Going to Athens, 737-800. Iceland Air, 767-300 to Reykjavik behind it. And then another two narrow bodies, number 175 to Newcastle and a 737-800 to Prague. There's the Iceland Air 767. David Wolf has to go. Has to prep for work. Thank you for stopping by, mate. Take it easy. See you again in the new year, mate. Next up, Iceland Air Flight 501, going to Reykjavik in Iceland, 767-300. After that, two narrow bodies, and after that, two more wide bodies. The wide bodies are approaching American Airlines Dreamliner to Philadelphia and a KLM 777-200 behind it, going to Calgary. Iceland Air Flight 501 to Reykjavik in Iceland. 767-300. That was 25 years old, first flight February 2000. Marissa wonders how many of this was, the fourth or fifth. We've seen a 767-400, and I think two more from United, so I think this would make the fourth. I think it's the third 300, and we also saw one 400, I think. But don't pin me down on it, please, because I'm not 100% sure. I also lost track. Either way, Hey, Sordo is also back in the chat, tuning in from Seville in Spain. Good to see you again, mate. Hope all has been well with you. Now, for me, it's time to drink a small sip of vodka. Bottoms up. You can also see that there is a bird controller coming this way slowly but surely. This is KLM flight 957. And the big birds in the background, which will take off in minutes from now. Ah, it was the 5th. Okay, 4 Uniteds. Wow. Thank you for looking into that, Marissa. 5. Begs the question, how many 767s does United still have in their fleet active? Birds everywhere. And this is Fidel Castro once again? Or was it Barry Buzzard? Rolf has to go. Thank you for stopping by, Rolf. Happy New Year. Hopefully see you in good health in a few weeks from now in 2026. Alcoholic boy, Danny says, absolutely, mate. This channel would not be anything without my vodka. American Airlines Flight 203 to Philadelphia is up next. 7878 Dreamliner, the November 880 Bravo Juliet. 4-year-old airplane, first flight June 2021. There's a 747 coming to town, ladies and gentlemen. Stick around for that. Atlas the Soul with a capital S. Our next airplane leaving from the Polderbaan is KLM flight 677, and that's a 777-200. Here it is. We'll be leaving for Calgary in Canada. It's the Papa Hotel Bravo Quebec Delta. So even going to Canada, it has a Quebec in the registration, very appropriate. And Marissa also looked into how many active 767s they have. According to planespotters.net, they have 49 still. Wow. 35 300s and 14 400s. I have an interesting follow-up question. No need to look it up. I'm just wondering, because the 400s are so rare, how many other carriers still have 767-400s in their active fleet other than United? Just makes you wonder. What a roar. Air France up next. Bombardier Scissors 300 A220. And Atlas is rolling. All right, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Oh, it still has to cross the highway, so still not within visual range. Only United and Delta, Andrew Boyce says, with respect to my question, what other carriers are still having active 767-400s in their fleet? United and Delta are the only 400 operators. Well, I didn't know that. I think only once did we see a Delta A3 767-400. I think it was when there was the power outage in Heathrow earlier in the year and one of them diverted to Amsterdam. Here at Schiphol, on a regular basis, the only 767-400s we see are from United. It's interesting because they always are flying to the same destination whenever they do come here. Now it is flying to and from Newark consistently. Earlier it was Washington, where it was flying back to and forth. To and from, back and forth. Right. Here we have an A220-300 from Air France going to Paris, flight 1501. Hailing from a whole different era. No visible smoke coming out of those engines. If you compare that with some of the older airplane types that we were able to see earlier in the show. All right, BA A319 to London Heathrow will be next. BA flight 435 to London.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, Mary fucking Poppins, London.
After that, Delta Airlines flight 257 going to Boston, Massachusetts. Is Sarah still around in the chat or has she signed off in the meantime? Don't think we've seen JetBlue here before today in the show. I think this will be the first departure to Boston, or did we have a KLM one in the meantime? Not sure. Hey, Michael DCA also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Wolfgang says that Delta holds 21 400s, 3 inactive. Okay. Jeff says, YouTube says I'm in the top 0.1% of AMS live viewers. Okay. What does that mean? What does that even mean? Does that mean that you are active in the chat? Does that mean in number of minutes watched? That's good, Gary. That's exactly what I intend to do with that. Get a Pavlov reaction from you guys. Whenever you hear the word London, you immediately start thinking about the clip I just played. That's exactly my intention. I think Marissa also had a period whenever she read somewhere about Nice, she immediately thought, which is nice, which is also what I was saying at times. People are sometimes asking, oh, and is that, where is that in the vicinity? Or that's in the continent of? I'm brainwashing you, and
that's the way, I like it,
Excellent. Hey, Milo is back. Good to see you again. Now, this is KLM flight 987. It's going to a certain capital of England, also known as London.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, Mary fucking Poppins, London.
Sardi is signing off. See ya. I am loving your streams in Dutch. Happy New Year. See you soon. See ya, boy. Have a great New Year. Awesome stream. I hope your wishes for 2026 happen. Hooroo. Well, Sardi, thank you so much for your kind words. Thank you for the super chat. You didn't have to use a super chat to get your message across, right? You know that. I wish you exactly the same. All the best for the new year. Hopefully we'll see each other again soon and in good health, most importantly. Just so you guys can see what it looks like when being fully zoomed out. It's 1:24 and the first queen of the show is coming. Going to Seoul in South Korea. There it is, Atlas Air. Her Majesty is coming. What a sight to behold. If you guys are enjoying, don't forget to leave a like if you haven't already. It'll help to bring in more viewers in 2026. Atlas being preceded by Delta Airlines flight 75 to Atlanta, Georgia. Another A330 Neo, which is over there right now. Still in the process of making its way over to the threshold. So let's have a quick look. This is Atlas Air flight 8187 to Seoul, capital South Korea. It's a 7478. The November 851 Gin Tonic. Hailing from 2012. First flight July 2012, making it 13 years old. Hey Martin R, goedemiddag. Perfect timing, mate. Look at what is going to leave here via the Polderbaan in a few minutes from now. Dapper Portugal retro livery expected to leave 4 minutes to 2. Atlas Air over there. And this is Delta flight 75 to Atlanta, Georgia. An A330 Neo taking off first. The November 415 Delta X-Ray. It's 3 years old. First flight September 2022. Won't be lingering too long on this airplane in the foreground, but I'm also not going to miss out on it. We had to wait for it until almost the end of the stream, but the first 747 of the show is here, ladies and gentlemen. Atlas Air going to Seoul, the capital of South Korea. Flight 81, 87, 7478, 13 years old, November 851, Jintong, Tanek. Let's look and listen. Majestic. Never grows old, does it? In the meantime, a big thank you to Pop Necking Wires for your super chat. Haven't been in the Netherlands since New Year of 2017. Wow, that's a long time ago, man. That's sounds like it's time to come and revisit sometime soon. Massive big thank you for the super chat, mate. Hope you guys enjoyed this departure. That was the first queen of the show, probably also the last. Next up, Sun Express, going to Izmir in Turkey, a MAX 8 737, 6 years old, first flight May 2019. See that the chat window is not updating anymore. Let's quickly reload it. All right. Chat seems to be back in operation. A certain mother is being pushed back, Marissa says. Is that the PH aka then? Almost has to be, hasn't it? Let's see. We have two Embraer 190s over here. 777-200 to Willemstad. Certain mother is being pushed back. There's also a TAP Retro expected shortly before 2 o'clock. Triple 7-200 to Willemstad Curaçao is also approaching. That should be the third departure. There it is. Two Embraer 190s first. The first one is already rotating and has left the ground. German Airways flying on behalf of KLM. And Alan, thank you so much for your kind words. 6 months as a member, and Alan writes, awesome work, boy. Have a great 2026. Well, thank you so much for your continued support, Alan. I hope the last half year in the lounge has been to your liking. If there's anything amiss or anything can be improved on, let me know. Hit me up and I'll see what I can do to make your viewer experience in the lounge better. Thank you so much, Alan, and all the best for 2026 to you and yours as well. World to Fly also coming this way? Is that so? The DTM Deutsche Tourenwagenmeisterschaft special livery with Porsches on them. KLM, flight 733 to Willemstad, Curaçao, the PHBQH up next. Papa Hotel, Bravo Quebec Hotel, 777, 200 A lot of the information is NA, but its age isn't. 21 years old, first flight September 2004. Aer Lingus, flight 605 to Dublin next after this. And after that, an E2 Embraer to Bucharest. Dan boek een hotel, Bucharest. That was brake dust. The spinning wheels are being stopped before the gear is being fully retracted. So it's not smoke or anything, it's always brake dust that you see that escapes the wheels when they're being stopped. Right, Stacy is signing off. It's bedtime for her. All the best for this upcoming week. See you again in the new year. Thank you for joining us, Stacy. Sleep tight. And we'll see each other again in the new year. Undoubtedly. Have a happy new year already. And see you soon enough. See you again soon enough. Howdy, Han. Han is also in the chat. Just got out of bed. Wasn't feeling too well. That doesn't sound good, mate. Hope you're not getting sick. It is flu season. Hope you were in time to see the departure of the 747 a couple of minutes ago, Han. Happened only 5 or so, 10 or so minutes ago. I think I'm also hearing a helicopter, but I'm not seeing where the sound is coming from. Shamrock flight 605 to Dublin, Ireland, underway. And good afternoon, goedemiddag, Tijgervlogs. Alright, now, no sign of any TAP Air Portugals yet. Nor of any World to Fly A350s. Next departure, KLM flight 1375. E2 Embraer 195 to Bucharest. The Papa Hotel, November X-Ray Oscar NXO. Howdy Veronique, good afternoon. Siegfried, goedemiddag, good afternoon. And Ronnie is also back, good afternoon. Welcome to the show, everybody. The power hour at the Polderbaan is still in progress for another 20 minutes or so. Among the expected departures still are the World to Fly Corendon A350 and Tapa Portugal in a retro livery, if all is well. Let's see, Embraer 190, Embraer 175, Cheaters Lane, A737, going to Eden.
Bruh.
Here it is, KLM flight 97. Big birds are coming this way. There's an A330 Washington underway. There is a 787-10 to Toronto that has been pushed back. JetBlue to Boston also on the move. All right. This is KLM flight 1079 to Bristol, Embraer 190, followed by KLM flight 1177 to Stavanger and Embraer 175. The next batch of airplanes is crossing the center runway as we speak and should become apparent pretty soon. There's a triplet coming this way first with one wide body and two narrow bodies. And there is another batch in the background preparing to come this way. Embraer 175 to Stavanger is now rolling. KLM flight 1177. It's interesting to see that despite the temperatures being above zero all the time, ice melting is not going that rapidly. Right, let's have a look. KLM flight 651 should become visible in a moment from now. We'll be going to Chicago, not to Chicago, to Washington. An A330-300. Han is celebrating 32 months of membership and he writes, keep on streaming, boy, I'll keep on watching. I'll do my best, Han. I'll do my best. Thank you so much for the ongoing support 32 months and counting. Always a pleasure to have you in our chats. I hope everything is still to your liking, mate. If it's not, let me know. If there's anything that can be improved on, let me know. It is lovely and calm here today. Hardly any wind. Hardly any people. Plenty of predator birds. Let me see, can I switch that to autofocus? Does it help a little? Not much. It's also not helping that we're magnifying pixels. This is the top end of optical zoom. Zooming fully out. This is what you'd see. But yeah, this is where the optical zoom ends. Rodney is also back in the chat. Good to see you. Patrick says it's a crow, question mark. I'm inclined to say that that's not a crow. This does look more like a crow. Then again, it is an awkward angle. And indeed, the anti-bird spikes are doing a great job. The narrow bodies have overtaken the wide body that was also approaching. Those are going to take off first. Makes sense. Means that they won't have to wait for the wake turbulence of the wide body to have dissipated sufficiently. First departure will be KLM flight 1711, going to Luxembourg, Embraer 175. Hans' favorite is taking Cheater's lane, or no, does seem to be coming to the runway threshold as well. Right, KLM flight 1711 going to Luxembourg. Usually around 45 minutes or so of flight time. Embraer 175. As said before, behind it, KLM flight 651 to Washington, A330-300. There's Hans' favorite in the background, clearly going to the threshold as well. Actually, we haven't seen that many dwellings yet in today's show. I didn't track how many there were, but you haven't missed out on many, Han. That's the silver lining. The World to Fly A350 now also popped up on Flight Radar. Thank you for the heads up, Marissa. Any sight of the retro tap already? Not yet, by the looks of it. Not seeing anything. KLM flight 651 is on the move. In the meantime, Han also went crazy with gifting memberships. 10 memberships just now given. You really didn't need to do that, mate. Thank you so much for your incredible generosity. Not only as a member for 32 months already, but also gifting 10 memberships just now. Welcome to the Aurora Skylounge new members. Poof, brake dust. KLM flight 651 on its way to Washington. And this is the Papa Hotel Alpha Kilo Alpha, aka the fucker, as in how's your motherfucker. Anyway, it goes. Now, I hope that everybody who just received a gift of membership from Han will say thank you or dankjewel to him. Enjoy those custom emojis that you now will have at your disposal for a complete month. Use those custom emojis however you see fit. They're there to be had fun with, so make sure that you do. Han, dankjewel. Thank you so much. You really didn't have to do it, but you went ahead, did it anyway. Stupendously generous. And a warm welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, those new members. Rodney says, the water looks frozen. What's your temps? Well, look in the METAR and you'll see the temps. They have been above 0. I can tell that now, but it has been cold here. Yesterday things started warming up here, but if you look back at the streams I did during Christmas Day and Boxing Day, it was cold. The temperature stayed below 0 most of those 2 days, and we had wind chill to boot. Yesterday things started to warm up here. And oh well, the meter has already passed in the ticker. Apparently it's 4 above 0 now, Patrick says, so there you go. Wind has also begun to pick up ever so slightly. This is Sun Express flight 1445 going to Konya in Turkey. It's a MAX 8 737. 4 years old, first flight November 2021. The next wide body will depart 2 airplanes after this. Next departure after this will be an E2 Embraer 190. Oh wait, no, 2 airplanes are in between. Labels overlapped. Hey, TAP is being pushed back and has been assigned to 36 left. Thank you, Marissa. Don't know which of the 2 will be last, TAP or the World to Fly A350, but either of the 2 will make it for the last airplane of the year. At least for AMS Live. Here's the 787-10 to Toronto. 2 Embraers taking off first, an Embraer 175 and an E2 Embraer next after that. Fingers crossed that TAP Air Portugal will take Cheater's lane. The more northerly it starts its takeoff, the more likely it is that we can see the side of the airplane and not its just its belly. There's the 787-10 and there's the wannabe 777, the E2 Embraer. KLM flight 1539 to Alicante. Sparta Rotterdam, goedemiddag. Watching the darts, nice. I was trying to see if I could find a channel that was broadcasting it yesterday, but didn't see anything. Maybe it was behind a paid channel. E2 Embraer 195 KLM flight 1539 to Alicante. I've repeatedly thought, are they actually committing to the takeoff, or will they take a right-hand turn shortly to vacate the runway? seems I'm not used to seeing the slow starts from here anymore. And I keep silently thinking repeatedly, oh shoot, it's not going to abort, is it? Takes some getting used to again, I think. Hey, thanks for the kind word, Pate. Kind words, plural. These images are so pretty. I do my best. The sun has not been high above the horizon all the time, and that means that we've had a yellow backdrop all the while. Also backlight, unfortunately. Appleflap says that the third round is behind the decoder. Thought something like that, because I was able to see the first and second round on the regular Viaplay channel, but now you need to pay for it. Okay, makes sense. KLM 78710 on its way to Toronto. Absolutely lovely. Big picture overview. This is what things look like to the north. This is what things look like to the west. This is what things look like to the east. There's a heavenly body looking at us. Although it's too bright to see the details on the Terminator. This is looking to the south. Things have opened up quite nicely. This is KLM flight 1505 going to Madrid. 737-800. Let's see, the 787-10 to New York should be crossing the center runway and will become visible from behind the building on the left in a few moments from now. Delta Airlines flight 91 to Orlando, Florida, also behind it. JetBlue flight 632 to Boston is also coming this way. Hey, are you guys also seeing that EasyJet? The EasyJet. Oh wait, huh? Oh, is that? Oh, that's Jesus. Or is it? No, it's Gatsby. Huh? Why am I seeing an arrival? Oh wait, I think. Huh? Why am I seeing the arrivals now? Oh. Oh, okay. I must have pressed something accidentally in Flight Radar because my arriving flights are now visible vaguely, translucently. That is weird. I didn't change any settings in Flight Radar, but apparently it's changed now so that I can also see the inbound traffic. Alright, well, contrails galore. No less than 3 of them over there. 2 of them are coming my way. Both are twin jets by the looks of it. This definitely is a twin jet, and so too is this one. From this angle, it is really hard to make out what carrier and what airplane type these are. They're not quad engines, so in that respect, it doesn't matter that much. Peter is signing off. Thank you so much for joining, Peter. Happy New Year, and we'll see each other again in the new year, undoubtedly in a few weeks from now. Grand World to Fly is also coming this way. TAP at Portugal is too. Which of the two will be the last of the airplanes remains to be seen, but I think if I had to guess right now, definitely looking like TAP will be the last airplane then. TAP at Portugal. More contrails visible. 2 over there. Another one over there. Another one over there. Contrail remnants to the northwest. And the twin jet, the first of the two, just now passed me by. Let's have a quick look. Just passed through my closest by point. Dreamliner. United? United Dreamliner. Possibly. It is a Dreamliner. And the other one is not too far off. Still approaching me. But we can at least have a look. Qatar. It says so on the tin. Qatar triple or A350? A350 maybe. Thought I saw curved wing ends. Not saying I saw the winglets, but it looked like the wings were curling at the end. All right. KLM Dreamliner underway. A350 1000 Qatar. Thank you, Wolfgang. Let's see. Oh. A350 1000, it looks so tiny from down here when it is all the way up there. But that's a big machine. And it was a Qatar, a United Dreamliner, Munich to Washington and Qatar Doha to Atlanta. Well, there you go. There you go. This will be our next departure, I think, unless JetBlue takes Cheater's Lane. It's Delta Airlines Flight 91 to Orlando, Florida. A330. JetBlue not far behind it. Cargo Log 74 pinging out of the cargo apron might come too. Well, it is 2 o'clock already. I am going to wrap up after the TAP and World to Fly have taken off. Unless Cargo Lux is really close by then, but Corendon and TAP are already approaching. Going to Luxembourg, so expecting to center, but CDM is not working for it. Thank you, Marissa. Thought maybe there was an airplane. No, not an airplane, a runway inspection or something going on, but that doesn't seem to be the case, although the Delta is holding short and is not lining up. That's usually the case when there's something going on the runway. I'm looking behind me. Not seeing anything. Oh wait, no, I spoke too soon. There you go. So they are checking the runway quickly. Daniel R.A. says, I will be early. Thanks for all the streams. Have a nice New Year's Eve and holiday. Well, thank you so much, Daniel. You too. Looking forward to seeing you again in the new year. Bird control in the meantime over here. Doing a quick inspection of the runway. Bird control is still on the runway. Delta is still holding. Cargo lux has been pushed back, doesn't seem to be moving yet. Water flag current on A350 in the meantime is approaching here. Behind the fire station, should become visible pretty soon. And behind it is the TAP Air Portugal retro livery. And thank you so much, Apple Flaps, for your super chat. You didn't have to use a super chat for your message. Last one for 2025. Wish you all a great start of 2026 and see you all again soon. Thank you so much, Apple Flaps. Hopefully you'll have a nice new year as well. And we'll meet again pretty soon. No doubt about that. Last stream of the year today. Hopefully also the last stream with my old tripod, and looking forward to more stable following and hopefully more longevity from the drag mechanisms as well with the new one. Before you guys are leaving on your way out, don't forget to leave a like if you enjoyed the show but you haven't done so already. It'll help to bring in new viewers in 2026. We're not done yet, but we are approaching the end of the stream, which is why I'm already saying so. Delta Airlines Flight 91 to Orlando, Florida is now moving. The November 827 November Whiskey A330 on its way. 9 years old, first flight April 2016. Bit of a vortex emanating from the right flap tip, as you can see, a wingtip. Funny that it's only unilaterally visible and not on both. TAP Air Portugal in the meantime in the in Cheater's Lane. Here it is. Looks like TAP will precede the A350's departure. It's an A321neo. However, JetBlue will depart first. That's also an A321neo going to Boston, Massachusetts, the November 407 for Juliet. The airplane is 2 years old, first flight May 2023. Cargo lux is moving, but where is it moving to? Probably center. Or have they kept center closed still? Alright, ladies and gentlemen, TAP Air Portugal, flight 669 to Lisbon. Also an A321neo. It's in the retro livery It's moving already. It's the Charlie Sierra Tango Juliet Romeo. 5 years old, first flight October 2020. We've seen this land at Kaagbaan not too long ago. First time at the Polderbaan, going out. And what a looker it is. We want more retros. Absolutely good looking machine. Air France, first flight to the center runway. Thank you, Marissa. If Air France will be going to the center runway already, then the 74 will probably go there as well, since it is right behind the Air France. So, of course, we can have a look at the 747. If it's now number 2 to take off from the center runway, it will only take a few minutes. They're almost there already. This will be the last departure from the Polderbaan that I'll be filming then. Cargo Lux, of course, going to Luxembourg via center, undoubtedly. We'll make that the very last airplane of the year then. World to Flight Corendon, flight 5997 to Bonaire first. ECNZF on its way again. That was Tapa Portugal in the background. Ready turning to the east to make a 180 to the south to go back to Portugal. Let's see to what extent we can see details of the retro livery on the TAP Air Portugal, which is now turning back again. It's almost like a duck with a beak, a red beak. Or is that just my mind playing tricks on me? It looks a bit like it has a beak. It's already quite high up in the sky if you consider the belly, the angle that we are seeing of it, really high already. Where did it go? There it is. Oh. Bit of an awkward angle to follow. There you go. Right. Well, we're waiting for the 747, which is now lining up on the center runway as the next departure after Air France is now rolling off. BA City Flyer. BA City Flyer to London City. I'm wondering which will take off first. The cheater on cheater's lane. No, the cheater is holding short. Delta flight 237 to Tampa will be the next departure here, but the next departure from the center runway will be the last airplane of today's show. Cargo Lux going to Luxembourg via the center runway. Lining up. Cargo Lux flight 8201, second queen of the show, last airplane for today, last airplane of the year. The LX LCL going to Luxembourg. It has begun rolling. It is an 18-year-old airplane. First flight May 2007. Wolfgang, what are you doing? Wolfgang super chatted 20 euros and 26 cents. 2026. And I'm going to read it in a moment. Because I need my concentration to film this departure properly. Means both my eyes are on the camera screen behind the phone. Seems like an appropriate way to finish the stream and the year with. Beautiful Cargolux 747. Too low to be very close to the moon. But close enough. It too is going to make a 180 to fly to the south, because that's where Luxembourg is compared to the Netherlands. It's beginning its long turn right now. That gives me a few moments to go back to the chat and read the message of the generous super chat that Wolfgang absolutely did not have to do. I wish you all the best of luck, my friend. Might 26 be the best year of the channels. Thanks for all your great work. Happy New Year, AMS family. Thanks for all your supports in any form. Happy that I can be a part of that cool project. Wow. Well, Wolfgang, thank you so much. You really did not have to use a super chat to get your message across. A big thanks for the super chat, but thank you for all your support and the gezelligheid. Thank you everybody for joining me here. It's been a good year, a memorable year, NATO summit year. And it flew by just like the airplanes here do. It's time to wrap up. Thank you all so much for joining me here today. I had a great time filming here today and I hope you guys enjoyed it as well. Don't forget to leave a like on your way out if you did like what you have seen, but you haven't dropped a like yet. It will help to bring in a wider audience in 2026. A big thanks for all the support, not just today, but the entire year and the history of the channel thus far. This channel is nothing without you guys. Thank you all so much for your support in any way, shape or form. A particular thanks to everybody who supported monetarily today. Any super chats, super stickers, gifted memberships that might have been given or taken. Thank you all so much. A massive big thank you once again to the moderators, all of them, active and recently retired, everybody who has helped to keep the channel's live streams and live chats friendly and accessible. Thank you all so much. I would be nothing without your help. Thank you all so much. A big thanks also to everybody who came to join me here as ground crew. So many of you have come from abroad, from close by, from a bit further away in the Netherlands. Some once, some repeatedly. Massive big thanks to all of you. It's always gezellig to have ground crew present, and I am hoping that 2026 will give many more opportunities for that. I am going to wrap up right now. Hopefully I will see you again soon. Count on me being back in January. When exactly, don't know yet, but we'll see each other pretty soon. Take care, enjoy your new year. Be safe, stay warm, stay healthy, and I will see you again soon. Bye for now, guys.